Senator Barnett, Senator Barrett, Senator Berry, Senator Blackman, Senator Blackwell, Senator Blunt, Senator Boyd, Senator Branning, Senator Brumfield, Senator Bryan, Senator Butler, Senator Carter, Senator Chazanall, Senator Chisholm, Senator DeBar, Senator Delano, Senator England, Senator Fillingham, Senator Frazier, Senator Harkins, Senator Hickman, Senator Hill, Senator Hobson, Senator Horn, Senator Jackson, Senator Johnson, Senator Jordan, Senator Kirby, Senator Ladner, Senator McCon, Senator McLendon, Senator McMahon, Senator Michelle, Senator Norwood, Senator Parker, Senator Parks, Senator Polk, Senator Rhodes, Senator Robinson, Senator Seymour, Senator Simmons of the 12th, Senator Simmons of the 13th, Senator Sparks, Senator Suber, Senator Tate, Senator Thomas, Senator Thompson, Senator Turner Ford, Senator Whaley, Senator Wiggins, Senator Williams, Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and the guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation given by our own Rhett Smith, who 3 years from now will be a young lawyer. And the invocation will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Senator Barrett. So, Mr. Smith.
Let's pray. Dear most gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day that you have made and for this opportunity that you have given us to come before you as your humble servants of your kingdom. Thank you for this honor and privilege to be here at the Capitol, serving not ourselves but the people of this state who call Mississippi home. We thank you for the countless blessings you have bestowed upon us and for the salvation that you have given us through your sacrifice on Calvary. There are many hardships in this life, there are many troubles, and there are many challenges, and we pray that we do not back down from these challenges that we face. I pray that we each go through and not rely on our own strength, but seek the strength and the wisdom that you have given us through your word. God, I pray that you give us hills to climb and the strength to climb them. Let our eyes and our ears and our hearts be open so that we can see the path that you have set before us. I pray that we learn from our mistakes and our defeats, and we give all the victories and glories to you, Lord. I humbly seek your guidance and wisdom when we pray together. Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Please join me in the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you, Rhett Smith, for your work here as well as your prayer today. Senator Barrett, thank you very much. Now to the reading of the journal. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Messages and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports, Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next to the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions, recognize Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Introduction of gifts. Introduction of gifts, Senate. Last call. We'll move to the calendar. Local and private, Senator Parks. Senator Parks. Pass and retain. Motions to reconsider. Motions to reconsider on the calendar. Whaley, Johnson, England, Fillingane. Pass and retain, Senator Fillingane. Senator Whaley. Senator Whaley is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 6, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2652, wild turkey stamps required for wild turkey hunters 16 years of age or older.
Move that we table the motion to reconsider.
Motion to table the motion to reconsider. All in favor by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Whaley. Anyone else on motions to reconsider? Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll go to in conference. I'm sorry. Let's go, boys. We've got a long day. Pay attention. Senator Johnson.
Item 5, Senate Bill 2799.
We'll have to waive, Senator. We're already gone past that, so the motion would be sustain the rules.
Motion to suspend the rules.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2799, public official appointments, revised terms of office and appointment procedures on certain state boards, district, and agencies.
Motion is that we table the motion to reconsider.
Motion to table the motion to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Johnson. Anyone else on motion to reconsider? Senator England? Pass and retain. Senator Fillingane, pass and retain. Appropriations, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to the calendar and call up item 7 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1776, appropriation archives and history department of.
I move adoption of the conference report. Before I turn this over or ask you to recognize Senator McConn, I just wanted to go over something that typically I would do is give a spreadsheet of where we are. And as you know, we've still got several of our appropriations budgets that are outstanding. We're waiting on information as the Finance and Ways and Means Committee meet to discuss some major projects. And so those will affect many of the budgets. Right now, we do not have conference reports for at least IHL, community colleges, certain aspects of IHL, MDOT, MDA, DFA, and I may be missing one or two others, DMR. And so some of those are not done, so we don't have a complete worksheet. But as we go through these today, if you have any questions or want to know something about, increases, I expect the subcommittee chairs and myself, as we take up these bills, we'll give you the final number. And now that we're into general bills, if you want to know the percentage increase or want to know how it relates to LBR or to Senate position, any of that, we'll be able to give you that information. But since we haven't finished them, I just don't want to get a spreadsheet out there because I don't know what the percentages are going to be on some of those budgets. But having said that, Mr. President, if there aren't any questions at this time, I would ask that you recognize Senator McConn to handle the conference report for House Bill 1776.
Senator McConn, you're recognized.
Yes, I did.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is our archives and history budget. Total on this action from the Senate and then the House, it's going to be $39,258,718. Of that, general funds are going to be $12,587,818, with total special funds of $26,678. Little synopsis of what that is: you've got your health insurance increases, and you're going to hear that over and over and over. Salary progressions in there of $206,000. You've got your PERS in there. So we've got some salary vacancy funding in there of $880,000. We've got the Vicksburg project, the Natchez project, and the Kreigler Park, and then the Historic Preservation Grant Program in there. All that comes to an increase of about $14 million over the base that we started with. We're storing 4 different permanent vacancies out there, and that would be the total amount for our archives and history. With that also, you have your oral history project. That's a very easy one to go over. It's $50,000, which is about $4,500 more than what originally we did on base. So I would entertain questions on archives at this time.
Questions? Seeing none, Senator.
I would suggest use the morning roll call for adoption of the conference report.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Of course, voting no. Present? No. Chisholm? No. Hill? No. Chisholm? No. Hill. Anyone else? Anyone else? Blunt?
History present.
Blunt, present. Blunt, present. No vote, Hill. Chisholm, Blunt, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator McCon. Senator Hobson.
I ask to go to item 8 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1778, Appropriation Environmental Quality Department of.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator McCon to explain.
You recognize Senator McCon. Senator Ladner, for what purpose?
They hit my light.
They hit your light. But they need to know we got 100 bills.
All right.
Senator McCon.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is going to be environmental quality, DEQ. This has been one that we worked through. We had some concerns in there that we were working through. Thank you to the subcommittee that worked through this. From that now, we've got about a $271 million budget. Of that, $16,759,000 is going to be general funds. Total special funds are $255 million, which include various and sundry areas it's coming from. Specifically, we're looking at trying to help keep engineers in DEQ to help them move along some of the permitting process. So we've given a salary progression of $869,000 for them to try to bump the salaries on the engineers. We actually also have about $600,000 for other progression, all the other staff. Vacancy funding, we've appropriated $814,000 some odd dollars for that. Health insurance is $93,000. PERS increased $112,000. We did do some critical IT server replacements. We want to be sure that they're online with their servers. There's $60,000 went towards that. Clean water state match, we funded that at $2.9 million. And the dam safety project, we did fund that again at $2 million for those around the state that have some problems with the dam safeties. And then our other, just other various little amounts in there. Overall, we're at $7.6 million above our base level that we started with when we brought it from the Senate floor. I would entertain questions on that if there are any.
Questions on the bill?
If they're not, I would suggest use some more roll call for adoption of the conference report.
Use some more roll call being requested. Anyone object? Mr. B. Carter's voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes by use of more roll call. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we go to item 9, I want to comment on one thing that Senator McCon said about the engineer increase. As I mentioned to you, every agency will have the 2% progressions, and you'll hear there'll be just a few agencies that have increased progressions or increased raises above that. DEQ is one of those because their engineers had fallen behind others on the pay scale, and then we've got, you'll see a trooper pay raise that'll come above that, and there are also CPS and DHS raises because some of the workers in those areas where we've got a really desperate situation to get workers in those. But anyway, if you don't hear from the subcommittee chair or myself about that, any special raises for those areas, it's going to be the 2% progressions. Having said that, Mr. President, I'd ask that we go to item 9 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1780, Appropriation Forestry Commission.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator McCon to explain.
Senator McCon, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is going to be your Forestry Commission here. Total appropriation on this is $31,567,000. Of that, we're looking at general support, general funds of $17,347,000, and special funds of about $14.2. With that, just like everybody else, we have the health insurance premium increases, which are going to be about $70,000 for it's over with. Your increase of salaries for PERS, you've got them there at $49,000. $1,844. Our salary progressions are $87,620, $18,367, and then we also have a forestry pay plan in here. If you remember last year, we had a lot of trouble with our forest fires across the state, and we actually had trouble keeping those guys and gals that are out there fighting those fires employed over the last year. We're trying our best to do something to help them. We want to be sure that money goes to those who are actually on the ground fighting those fires. So our goal here was to use about $1.3 million to help implement that plan. We also have some specific language in this bill that says it's not going to the top. It's going to go to the people that are on the bottom that didn't get those raises, that were out there that got $100 raises last year. We want to be sure that they're brought up to a level that we're not having to support them from the state. So that's coming into play there. Contractual services are out there for tree farm audits. That's usually pretty normal. Equipment and bulldozers in that program and in that agency, if you know anything about it, that you have to keep your progression and move those dozers in and out under the scale from the federal government. And then we have some other vehicle support there. So it's about $3.2 million above the base level funding that we put in place. On top of this, if you remember, we did do a deficit appropriation of about $700,000 to pay the out-of-state firefighters that we had to bring in last year. Our goal is to try to bring that salary up so we don't have to do that over and over every year. I would entertain questions on the Forestry Commission.
Questions on the bill?
If there are none, I would suggest use the morning roll call for adoption of the conference
Use the morning roll call have been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? The court is voting no. Present? Seeing none. Passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask we skip item 11 on the calendar, go to item 12, and have the title read.
Skip item.
I'm sorry, 10.
Yes,
I missed 10.
Sir. Yeah, you're going to cover 10, Senator?
10. Please forgive me. I ask we go to item 10 on the calendar and have the title read.
There we go. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1781, Appropriation Grand Gulf Military Monument Commission.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator McConn to explain.
Senator McConn, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is going to be our Grand Gulf Military Monument Commission. It's pretty easy on this one. We're looking at about $847,116 being the total action. Of that, you're looking at general funds of $327,000, and then your total special funds of $519,000 some odd dollars. Of that, of course, you have your insurance premiums increase, your PERS payment in there, a little bit of salary progressions, and then an increase for contractual services for park renovations and repairs. You have no greater advocate than Senator Butler in this chamber for Grand Gulf, and I appreciate that, and he has been adamant to get out there and do what we can. This is all that we can do this year, but we're moving in the right direction, Senator Butler. So it's about $400,000 we're doing to try to help them with their visitor center down there. So I'd entertain questions at this time with that.
Questions on the bill?
If not, I'd suggest use the morning roll call for adoption of the conference report.
Seeing no question, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Voting no. Present. Bill passed by use of the morning roll call. Senator Hobson, 11.
Now I ask we skip item 11, go to item 12, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1787, Appropriation Public Service Commission.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Parker to explain.
Senator Parker, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1787, PSC, and I'll just make just a brief comment here. PSC and Public Utilities, we plan to, out of session, take a pretty good look at both of these agencies because it has come to our attention there may be some duplication of services between those. I've had conversations with some members of leadership about that, but for this year, our approach on this for the PSC budget is final action is $5,017,322. They had asked for some additional investigators, which we were not able to provide at this time. Beyond that, we just are doing salary progression, PERS, and health insurance changes at this time. So, yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for the motion.
Move adoption of the conference report by the use of morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Recording vote, no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. 13, Senator.
As we go to the item and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1788, Appropriation Public Utility Staff.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to recognize Senator Parker to explain.
Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action on House Bill 1788, $2,666,610. We increased travel allowance by $25,000 and approved a $42,000 rate consultant change. Beyond that, all we had was salary progression, PERS, and health insurance changes. Yield for any questions. If there are none, move adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. 14, Senator Hobson.
I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1789, Appropriations, Soil and Water Conservation Commission.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator McCollum to explain.
Senator McCollum, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is our Soil and Water Conservation Commission. As you know, this is essentially a flow-through agency, so a lot of this money is going to be federal and things of that nature. Overall, our action is going to be $38,263,000. Of that, you're looking at general funds of $588,000 and total special funds of $38,674,000. Of that, you do have your health insurance premium increases. You have your PERS increase in there. Salary progressions of $10,657, salary progression of $77,154. We have some vacancy funding in there, and then we have some increase in contractual services for planning, design, and construction for the federal conservation programs, and that's just federal money, straight move through. Purchase of some equipment for the river gauges and the siphon system, and some increase of subsidies for the pass-through grants of your local soil and water conservation districts, which is about $278,550. Total increase being $12,922,835 over our base level funding. I would entertain questions at this time, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill?
If there are none, I would suggest use the morning roll call for final passage of the adoption of the conference report.
Use the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. Item 15, Senator.
Mr. President, I ask that we skip items 15 and 16 and go to item 17 and have the title read.
15 and 16 retain their place upon the calendar. Item 17, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1794, Appropriation, Child Protection Services Department.
Okay. I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Blackwell.
Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, the Child Protective Services final action is $320,744,931. General funds are $136,336,290. There were increases for the salary progression, health insurance increases, some vacancy funding, and the 0.5% of PERS increase. That's explanation of the bill. I'll be prepared to answer any questions.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, I was concerned about the amount of increases in the bill someplace. How much were the amount of increase, rather than the percentage? How much were the amount of increase in terms of dollars?
In general funds?
Yes, sir.
It was over our base was $5,098,729. $5,098,729.
Right at 6 million. 6 million, by about 6 million.
Well, closer to 5 million, actually.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Senator?
No further questions. Move for adoption by the use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no further questions, use of the morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to procedure? Or is voting no? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. 18, Senator.
Ask we go to that item, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1796, Appropriation Health Department of.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to recognize Senator Hill to explain.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Final action is $599,917,964 on the Health Department's budget, and basically the highlights of the budget are the VOCA grant, $2.4 million, the rural water, we had capital expense $3,370,600 for their allocation for drawing down their federal match, and we increased their federal authority up to $120 million on those rural water funds. $1,382,250 for the Office of Mississippi Physician Workforce Development, $60,000 out of capital expense for the Emergency Medical Services Memorial. Some of the non-recurring funds for legal expenses were removed, about $605,000. Of course, there was $82,555 health insurance increase in there, and we did a $50,000 increase in the breast and cervical program, and we added sepsis to the program of care along with the stroke and STEMI. And that's basically the highlights. Also, $2 million for the Community Health Disparity Magnet program that Dr. Edney had asked for. And those are the highlights of the Health Department budget. And if there are no questions, I'd ask for passage on the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Senator McMahon, for what purpose?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
$4 million Public Health Initiative. I forgot to mention that.
Okay, Senator McMahon had a question. Senator Hill, were you here for questions?
Yes.
Senator McMahon is recognized for a question on this bill.
Senator Hill, you mentioned there was some state money in here that's going to be utilized to draw down federal money. How much state money is going to be put forward?
I think the it's state special funds, $3 million, I think, a little over $3 million.
And how much federal money are we going to draw down based on that $3 million?
I'm not exactly sure of the total of that, but it's basically the same amount every year.
Do you support spending state dollars to draw down federal dollars?
In certain circumstances, yes.
Okay, I do too. Thank you.
If there are no other questions, I'd ask for passage on the morning roll call.
Any other questions? Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Hobson, 19.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 19 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1797, Appropriation Human Services Department of.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Blackwell to explain.
Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, the final action on for the Department of Human Services is $1,827,024,183 out of the general funds. It was $78,502,047. We had increases for the salary progression of $2,958,743. Health insurance increases of $411,000. Additional funding for a new computer system of $5,100,000. We also did the 0.5% PERS increase, and that's an explanation of the conference report. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Move for final passage by the use of morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator Hobson, 20.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1798, Appropriation Fire Academy.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Parker to explain.
Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. The Fire Academy final action is $7,017,923. This adds $245,905 for a particular software. Adds 2 new instructors totaling $163,582. We have salary progression and health insurance changes along with PERS. Then from CapEx dollars, we have $2 million set aside. What the Fire Academy does is they have a particular fire simulator building that is over 20 years old. $1.75 million will be going towards redoing that building, and another $250,000 will be going towards a roof for an auditorium for the Fire Academy. That's an explanation of the bill. If there are any questions, yield for questions. If not, move adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call.
Okay, questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator?
I move adoption by use of morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object? According voting no. Present? Seeing none. Thank you, Senator Parker. Senator Hobson, 21.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to item 21 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
1799 Appropriation Insurance Department of.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Parker to explain.
Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Final action on the Department of Insurance is $13,913,556. We have salary progression, PERS, and health insurance changes. We're adding 2 new positions for a total of $84,806 for 1 investigator and 1 administrative personnel. Additional travel allowance of $8,000, contractual and actuary fees of $61,080, addition of $25,000 towards a continued smoke alarm program. They had requested $50,000. They are using $25,000 per year. Our last funding for this was $50,000 over 2 years, so we're just doing $25,000 at one time here. We have 4 vehicles for the department totaling $120,000, $120,500. Per Senate Bill 2140, the prior authorization bill, we're moving $52,000 of contractual expenses and 2 pins from the health department at a cost of $150,000. So those now will fall under the Department of Insurance. And through special fund authority, we're moving $5 million from the Surplus Line Association account to the mitigation fund to help fortify homes through grants. I had a lot of discussions and talks about this program. Essentially what we've had since Katrina, we have higher insurance premiums on the coast. The mitigation process basically is a grant process where houses on the coast at this point can be strengthened or further fortified, and the addition of those changes can allow for rate payers to hopefully see a reduction in some of their rates. So I look forward to the work that will take place on that. I know Senator Delano had great input on this. So what we did on this is we have set the administrative fee for this is going to be 1% of the entire fund balance. That will be taking place through, I believe, the transfer bill. So the language is not within the bill, but Assistant has ensured me that it is in place. And through the grant process, there is going to have to be full disclosure and RFPs put out for anything that is taking place. Again, I thank Senator Delano for his input and continued input in how we hopefully make this better. The final thing that I will mention here within the insurance budget is we've set aside the same amount, the $11 million for the rural fire truck funding program. We had a lot of discussion about this, about the rounds program and how that's taking place. I know many of you throughout the room here have had requests for fire trucks or have looked into this. I know Senator McClendon has looked into this a little bit too. The I'll say the vision that we have, I've spoken at length with Clay DeWeese on the House side about this, is that the program as it stands right now needs some adjustment. We oftentimes have a very small community come up as far as timing for a fire truck, and they're required to, in a lot of instances, come up with $90,000 that they do not have to try to move towards some state funding for the fire truck. So in certain instances, we have areas that have a relatively nice fire truck, get another fire truck, and we have other areas of the state that have an older fire truck that cannot be replaced. So in conversations with the chairman and other people, I plan to take a deep look at this out of session to see if we can come up with a way to make this a little bit more equitable and fair across the state so that this program can be used more effectively. So that is a long explanation. I yield for any questions.
Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You yield, Senator Parker?
Certainly.
Senator Wiggins is recognized for a question.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to get a little more detail. The mitigation program you're talking about for the coast, which appreciate that. Is that something that the commissioner has put forward?
Yes. And so, as you know, I'm going to flip to my little notes here on it. The way the program works right now is for any of the high-risk policies, 0.25% of the premiums for surplus line type of premium to go into, it's called a stamping fee. It goes in Mississippi Surplus Lines Association. That fund right now has approaching $10 million in there. That's just been kind of sitting there. So the request and the opinion of the Insurance Commissioner and the Surplus Lines Association is that it's okay to move $5 million out of there to start moving it towards this mitigation process. There was also this session another bill that was introduced that would allow this type of mitigation to go across the state. I've had conversations with the commissioner about that to maybe also use this funding to kind of help strengthen homes in an earthquake zone, you know, to hopefully decrease their need for insurance premium increases over time. So, yes, I've had those conversations and have a pretty good grasp of the situation.
Yes. So how do the citizens go about accessing this, assuming this gets passed?
So it's a grant program, so they will put it out for grants. In Alabama has capped that grant program at $10,000 per grant. In conversations with the commissioner here, he thinks he can make a difference with maybe $6,000 or $8,000 per grant. You know, so it'll go a lot further. When you take out the 1% administrative fee and maybe divide the remaining portion of the $5 million by, say, 8,000, it'll tell you how many homes might be eligible for this. So I'm hoping for you and your other coast members to find a good way to kind of get the message out to the people you represent.
Well, that's why I'm asking you the question.
Right.
No, appreciate it. And has and I'm going to use this term loosely, the insurance industry on this program, have they said, okay, if the citizens do this and they do that's going to adhere to the insurance industry's, I guess, standards and therefore lower rates?
Right. There's a qualifier. I can't remember the acronym or the abbreviation for it at this point, but there is it's either a rider or something, or an endorsement to your policy for going through the mitigation process that then can be seen as a way that you can reduce your insurance premium if you have this endorsement on your policy. So by doing the mitigation, it does that. And I know,
is that guaranteed, or is that something like, will the industry automatically do that, or will it be just, hey, I did this, and then it's up to them to decide if they want to give you a break?
This was not part of the discussion, but I know, just my own personal experience. I know we've had times where, some of my children, did like a driver's ed course, and I know with the insurance agent, they said, well, if you do this, then you'll have this ability for a reduction of the premium. I don't know when I did that somebody showed me a document and said, hey, you get, $10 off because you did that. But I am aware that you get reductions for endorsements on policies.
Okay, and the money, is this being put in and I'll use the term loosely, special fund? Or
Yes, if you look in the appropriation bill,
Okay.
I was concerned because there's legislation in 2007 that mentioned one fund, and when I read the conference report for this, I believe it says a 2024 fund is the way it's listed as the mitigation fund for this.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to it. I know our citizens down there, if it turns out to be effective, they'll be very appreciative, so thank you very much.
Thank you, very good questions.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? Questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Seeing none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Hobson, 22.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask we skip item 22, go to item 23, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1809, Appropriation Rehabilitation Services Department of.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Blackwell to explain.
Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Final action for the Department of the Rehab is $256,069,540. General funds were $32,796,819. There were increases for our salary progression of $1,186,508. The health insurance increase was $256,000. We did a state match section 110 grant of $2,344,264. We're funding for 50 more HCB waiver slots of $1,321,300, and then the 0.5% increase for PERS. That's an explanation of the conference report. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none, Senator Blackwell, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Move for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Code is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. 24, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1812, Appropriation Attorney General.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Wiggins to explain.
Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. A couple notes. The final action is $41,088,474, which is an increase over Senate action. And in addition to the health insurance and the PERS, $562,053 was for salary progressions. Also, we, at the request of the Attorney General's office, there's an increase or $150,000 for the MOMA program, which is the Mississippi Access to Maternal Assistance, that they have asked for on that. So we've included that in there. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, ready for your motion?
Move past adoption of the report on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Use of the morning roll call request. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. 25, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1814, Appropriation Capital Post-Conviction Counsel Officer.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Wiggins to explain.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, the final action is $2,255,058, and it represents the salary progressions, the health insurance PERS, and restoration of the LBR cuts that were made. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none?
Move adoption of the conference report using the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Adoption of using the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. 26, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1815, appropriation, district attorneys and staff.
Move adoption of the conference report. Ask you to recognize Senator Wiggins to explain.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. Have a couple things to mention on this. Final action is $32,041,563. Within that is $576,838, which represents the money for the salary increases for assistant DAs throughout the state, and of course have the health insurance and PERS. Then also, as I know there's some specific, maybe some specific questions, there is, of the funds, $1,674,000 is going to allow for the DA's operating procedures, operating allowances. And then in DeSoto County, which is the 23rd Circuit Court District, $275,000 to defray the cost for the DAs there. Then also in Section 7, total of $371,679 for 2 full-time assistant DAs and a full-time criminal investigator for Hinds County as a result of what we've been doing for House Bill 1020 last year. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Parker, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
For
President.
you, Senator Wiggins?
Yes, I'll return the favor.
You're recognized, Senator Parker.
First of all, I want to say thank you for your work on the circuit and the chancery this year. I know we got the letter on our desk, and my question is, do you anticipate kind of hopefully continuing that process next year? And could you give us a possible timeline of hopefully where we might see changes on that?
Yeah, you're referring to the judicial redistricting,
yes.
which, and for DeSoto County, we were looking at additional ADAs and all that. The letter you referenced, as I mentioned there, we had our plan, we sent it over there, was done well. The House felt like they couldn't move forward. There's various reasons, I guess, for that. To answer your question, in speaking with Chairman Horan, the plan at this time is to, I'll call it, come out swinging in the summer to get us a plan. But we will be starting with the Senate plan that we adopted that addressed DeSoto County,
right,
and all of that. And I think we did, and this body did a fabulous job working with me. That was what my letter was saying, and I appreciate everybody doing that. And so the plan in talking with with Chairman Horan is to maybe have a hearing or two in the summer, and then out of the chute next legislative session to come with a plan that we can all get before the citizens, because, as I've said before, that now that we have to do it next year, then there's like 4 or 5 months that people will have, rather than a year and a half, knowing what the district should look like. But I will say this, in our plan, and I didn't hear anything different, that in DeSoto County, in that area, they were good with where we were.
Right, and I appreciate you essentially kind of plugging the hole until we could get to, hopefully what you're doing next year. And I know I've had some brief conversations about this before, but, in the statute, one confusing point for me has always been, how we qualify and how we kind of name the district attorney, the ADAs in there, with the investigator. And, for non-attorneys like myself, as you and Chairman Horan start to look at that maybe over the summer, could you give some consideration to maybe refining that within the statute where it would seem a little easier read for myself and just general public and.
No, we keep it confusing so us lawyers understand it, and you can't.
I agree that that's why you do it, which is why I'm asking the question. But could you give consideration to kind of fine tuning that where the non-lawyers would understand it a little bit more?
Yes, and actually, and one of the things you're referencing, I don't know, this has been in there from long as I can tell. It's called legal assistance in the code, but in the legal world, that's like a secretary, a legal secretary, paralegal, but it actually means assistant DAs. So that's some of the language. Yes, that would be my plan. I'll get with counsel when we do that.
Well, thanks for your continued work on this.
Thank you.
No further questions, Senator Wiggins. We're ready.
Move adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Please proceed. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. Ask to go to item 27, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1817, Appropriation Legislative Expenses.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Michelle to explain.
Senator Michelle, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, final action on the budget is $37,472,000. This includes the increase in salary progressions, also the expenses for health insurance, and the realignment for PERS. The breakdown is a final action for the House action breakdown on fees and contingent fund is $13,439,197. The Senate fees and contingent fund, $8,737,845. There are additional operations, joint operations of the Senate and the House. The joint legislative budgets included in this, peer committee, joint reapportionment, the joint code committee, and then the organizations that we belong to, like Southern States Energy Board, Interstate Cooperation, SLC, CSG. Also includes increases for staff raises and also increased costs on associations. Be glad to yield any questions. I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Michelle. 28, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1818, Appropriation Public Employees Retirement System.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Parker to explain.
Senator Parker is recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. The PERS Retirement System Administrative final action is $20,968,462. It includes salary progressions, PERS, and health insurance change. It also, you recall from first action, we added Section 7 to allow webcasting and archiving of meetings. Since I was up here last time, PERS Board had a meeting. We had a member of staff who attended that meeting. This was mentioned in the meeting, and we found out that they had the equipment and they had the ability to start doing this, I believe, right away. We had discussions on whether or not we were going to need to set aside some funding or dollars to make this possible, but it appears from that meeting that they have that capability, so we did not add any additional dollars for that need. So we look forward to having that ability to kind of work and see the inner workings of the system as we continue to look at ways to make that system as solvent and as good going forward. So yield for any questions. If there are none, move adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call.
Questions on the bill. Senator Blunt, for what purpose, sir?
For a question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator.
Certainly.
Please proceed, Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Parker. As we've debated the retirement system issues this session, I've heard mentioned from you and from the chairman that we were considering cash infusion to the system. Would that be done in this bill or another bill? And can you give us an update on what the thinking is on that?
That is in another bill from my understanding. Again, the last number I heard on that, again, this is a question better for the chairman, was $110 million this year was the cash infusion beyond the 0.5% increase that we've discussed previously.
Okay, that'll be another bill though, and we can talk more about it in detail at
yes,
that time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blunt. Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
A question, Mr. President.
You, Senator?
Certainly.
Senator Sparks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In Section 7, I know that we're doing the committee meetings, obviously excluding any executive meetings as would be. Is that including the working group meetings? Because it appears by reading the minutes of the meetings, many of the actual minutes reflect 20, 30, 45-minute meetings, and I'm told that the working groups are where the majority of the discussion occurs. So that probably is our intention, but do you believe we capture that as well?
So that's a good question. I know I don't have the language in Section 7 in front of me, so I'm just going by memory, but I know it was the intent of the legislature to make everything as transparent as possible. If we do find between now and the start of next session that we're not able to access information and we're not seeing the proceedings that I think we all would like to see, I think we can tighten that up. But I do trust that that they understand the need to kind of get this out to their members and to us as legislators. And so I think they're going to act on this in the way we hope they will. But between you and myself, because I know we have equal concerns and for the system, and I thank you for your hard work to kind of get this extra attention, extra funding to PERS this year. So if you see or if I see any need for further action on this, I think I'll be glad to work with you to make sure we get that stronger if necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I've been told by staff that Section 7 does include committee meetings, so we may be already one step towards that. Thank you, Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Thank you, Senator Parker. Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for a motion, sir.
Seeing none, move adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Court voted no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Hobson.
Let's go to item 29, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1819, Appropriation State Public Defender Office of.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Wiggins to explain.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. Final action on the state public defender is $4,614,947. Of course, the salary progressions, health insurance, and PERS. Also, $235,926 is to establish a youth defender program. When they came before us in the budget hearing, this was something that was important to them to try to, just have improving things for our youth. Also, $60,000 is for funding for the Hinds County Public Defender's Office. Then I wanted to highlight a couple other things. $446,521 is provided for 3 full-time assistant public defenders in Hinds County pursuant to House Bill 1020 last year. They had talked to us, or not only talked to us, but has been doing the parental representation. And so for indigent youth, and that's $278,500. As I mentioned, the Youth Defender Program for hiring experienced youth defender and legal assistants to support the services. And this is kind of a training program within their office, $235,926. And I just wanted to add that I think we are progressing with certainly this office on this side of the legal equation. I appreciate what they brought to us in where we're trying to go. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, my motion is that we adopt the committee report using the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Mr. Court voted no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Hobson, number 30.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1820, Appropriations, Supreme Court, Court of Appeals, and Trial Judges Services.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Wiggins to explain.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, final action is $8,606,461. Of course, salary progressions, health insurance, the PERS, and then to fully fund currently filled positions, $50,270. Also includes the salary progressions at $148,162. I just wanted to highlight a couple things. There's been discussion about our court reporters in the state, and for going to AOC, $27,530,762 for the assistance of board certified court reporters. Also, for the CCID, which again was a result of House Bill 1020 last year, there's $732,539 for 2 full-time CCID inferior court judges and 1 part-time judge and support staff, again pursuant to House Bill 1020. So with that, Mr. President, be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? I have one. Senator Hickman. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You have a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Hickman's recognized.
Thank you. Just a quick clarifying question. You mentioned court reporters in here. What do we do for the court reporters in this bill specifically?
That to use for the purpose of defraying expenses of the AOCs and the board certified court reporters for the next fiscal year. So there has there's been a very significant shortage of court reporters in the state.
Yes.
And that we have worked, the court is aware of it. I know the Lieutenant Governor's office is aware of it. We're working to get that. So I did want to highlight that. But the chairman's telling me they had a discussion with a number of the justices to go back to, quote, the old system where they can handle it locally and do that. So those discussions are ongoing to do that. It is a issue that we're trying to address.
And just to let you know, I think my questions are friendly questions. I guess I'm trying to determine, does the money that we're talking about actually affect our local court reporters for our circuit and chancery level judges? And if so, what does it do for them?
Okay, if I understand your question, there is a separate statute where we've given them the operating allowances within the individual judges. We actually updated that statute last year to allow for that money to do it. And I'll say this, within the support staff last year, we appropriated $100,000, and the court had asked for $140,000, and we're actually doing $130,000.
But I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, and again, the trigger language for me were court reporters because, of course, as we know, there is a shortage, and but from my understanding, court reporters are not necessarily paid from here; they're paid from their local counties and things of that nature, so they wouldn't be able to get any of the raise that we actually gave to the judges for support staff.
Okay. That's what I think Chairman Hobson is talking about, going to the old way. And I think it was, and I'm going off of memory here, but I think before you were here, there was a debate, legislation about counties giving raises to court reporters, and perplexing to me, there's counties in this state that didn't want to do that.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I don't understand that. My counties do that, but we heard during the debate on that there are counties that didn't want to pay for the court reporters, even though the court system is a government function. So I think that has led to some of the other things that have happened, which was, I don't understand it all, but there was a change in about freelancing and things like that, which has led to a lack of court reporters, which again goes back to what Chairman Hobson was saying about going back to the old system to do that. So
I was just going to say, I certainly appreciate the work on this. I just want to say that, I understand that we have a tremendous issue with court reporters and things of that nature. So if we're moving toward whatever the old way is and going back to that, if it's going to help our court reporters.
But you're familiar with the counties not paying for the court reporters.
And that's why I raised this question, because their pay comes from the county, and we put it in statute, but some of the counties didn't want to give them the raise and things of that nature. So I think we just need to, over the off season, and maybe when we come back, give a deeper look at how we can help our court reporters, because it is a dying profession.
It's a valuable profession.
Exactly.
And courts are a core government function. And as we've been talking here, the decisions that have been made are honestly hurting our court system. I personally have been involved where showed up at court and the judge said, court reporter's out, we don't have anybody, you have to cancel court. So those are the issues. Thank you. Mr. President, if there's no further questions, move adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
U.S. Senator?
Yes.
Senator Sparks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to the court reporter issue, is there a prohibition on them freelancing to make additional monies? And if so, is that a statutory prohibition or is that a court rule prohibition?
My understanding is it's a court rule prohibition.
Does that contribute to the problem?
Prohibition is in place, but it's by court rule. It's not by a statute passed by this body.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none.
Move adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
The morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Mr. Records voting no. Present. Branning, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Branning voting present. 31, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to the item, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1822, Appropriation Arts Commission.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator McCon to explain.
Senator McCon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is our Arts Commission. It's pretty straightforward on what we've got here. We've got 7.71 and some change being the total final action here. Of that, we're looking at 1.555 be in your general funds. Total special funds of 6.161700. Pretty much it's health insurance, salary progressions in there, the PERS increase, those don't even come up to less than $30,000. What we're looking at is 3.5 is going in our building fund for the arts. That's a fund that's out there for the building. I mean, it is to provide that access for building fund for the arts. Other than that, there are no other changes or any substantial changes in that. I would ask for questions at this time.
Questions on the bill?
If there's no questions, I would suggest use the morning roll call for adoption of the conference report.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Wish to be recorded voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Hobson.
As we go to item 32 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1823, Appropriation Education Department of.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator DeBar to explain.
Senator DeBar, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to give you a total number, then I'm going to break down some of the additions and some of the changes we've made. I think you're going to like some of those changes. And then I'm going to break down the subcategories in education. That way you can see where it's broken down at. So the final number for education this year is $3,333,900,000. $312,095,857, which is an increase of $229,489,537. And some of the changes, and I know this is going to be long and more in depth than you probably want, but I want you all to be aware of it. So what we did is, as you've heard before, we've rolled in the $240 million teacher pay raise and the $100 million extra last year into the new funding formula. We decreased some of the flow-throughs, $840,000. We've covered health insurance increase for teachers, PERS increases for teachers of $8.4 billion. We've increased the educable child by $2.5 million. We have a school mapping program that we're going to continue for $1.4 million. We are continuing the education, the licensure call center that was funded with EEF and federal money. That is going to continue. We're going to pay that. That's $1 million. We're covering the MSIS, which is the new database for the department, $600,000. We're adding 5 ELC coaches. We're expanding that. That's at a cost of $450,000. We're increasing MSS, Math and Science School operations. That's $150,000 for maintenance and operations, but we're also expanding the program where an initial 20 students can be enrolled into MSMS. We're funding an operational increase for School of the Arts and the Blind and Deaf at $150,000 each. We're funding a new testing investigator. As you know, there were some irregularities last year with some testing, so we're helping the department by giving them another investigator. We're fully funding the juvenile detention centers. We're increasing that, and so that by $25,000 up to $3 million. And what the detention centers do is while the child is in detention, districts are required to provide an education for that child, and that's where that money goes to. We're funding the salary progressions and the health insurances for the 3 state schools, as well as the PERS. Removing $20 million, the revolving loan program, the building loan program. We're rolling that into the new funding formula. We have a one-time ask for the Delta Health Alliance of $500,000. That they lost their federal money just this year, and that helps students in after-school programs and summer programs. I think those are in Sunflower, LaFleur, and Warren, maybe some other counties, but we're funding that just this year. We're increasing FFA to make some changes in maintenance and rehab for their buildings. We're giving them $550,000. And we're also funding some rehab and renovation to MSMS, some of their dormitories. We're appropriating $1.5 million for that. So those are the major changes. I'll go through some of the subcategories. The first category being the charter schools. That's $1.4 million, as we discussed earlier. We're removing the general fund appropriation, allowing them to spend and giving them authority to spend their special funds, which has a balance of roughly $2.5 million. So they're having the authority to spend that $1.4 million. We're also funding also another operations budget as well for them. I think it's roughly $900,000. The Chickasaw interest, which is the federal formula that's set by court order, that is $15,223,869. The VOTEC, the final action for vocational and technical education, is $109,268,158. Of that, it includes 2% salary progressions, the health insurance increases, and the 0.5% PERS increase. The student funding formula, the total amount appropriated this year is $2,958,652,725. Also we moved some money to help further increase the early learning collaboratives. Right now we were spending $16 million roughly for ELCs and $20 million for other learning collaboratives or other learning programs. Those programs, the other learning programs, we're lapsing about $7 million. So we plussed up the ELCs with that money by $5 million. So by adding 5 coaches and plussing up their appropriations, that'll cover the increase we passed last year and hopefully allow for some expansion to continue. In the flow-throughs, as I said, we increased detention centers. We reduced some of the amplified data coaching by 300. We combined the Teach for America, a teacher corps and principal corps into one, reduced that by 100,000. Reduced the Teach for America by 390,000. Plussed up the TK Martin Center by 25,000 to 100,000. So that is an explanation of the conference report. Mr. President, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, ready for your motion, Senator?
Move for adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Voting no. Present? Present. Hill. Present. Chisholm. Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes with 2 presents noted. 33, Senator.
Ask the title be read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Bill 1824, Appropriation Educational Television Authority for.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator DeBar to explain.
Senator DeBar, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Final action for ETV or MPB is $11,155,466. Of that, it includes an increase for the PERS, the salary progressions, to restore some LBR cuts. We added 1 more position, as well as the health insurance increase. That's an explanation of the report, Mr. President. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, you ready for your motion?
Move for adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Hill? No. Anyone else? Chisholm, Hill, no. All others, aye. Bill passes by use of morning roll call. 34, Senator Hobson.
Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1825, Appropriation and Library Commission.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator DeBar to explain.
Senator DeBar, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the Library Commission. Final action of $15,983,856, which includes increases. We added 2 additional positions, a librarian and a project manager at $84,500. Paid the 2% salary progression, the health insurance increase for the Library Commission, as well as all full-time library staff. And we also covered the 0.5% PERS increase for a total of $351,000 in increase. That's an explanation of the report. I'll yield for any questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Senator Hill? For what purpose, ma'am?
I'd like to speak on the bill.
Any questions on the bill? Okay. Seeing none, Senator Hill is recognized to speak on the bill. Senator DeBar, you'll get to finish.
Just wanted to give a brief explanation of why I'm about to vote no on the Library Commission's bill. First of all, the commission sent out a lot of propaganda last year trying to kill the bill when Senator Fillingame and I were working really, really hard to make sure that we cleaned up the databases where you could immediately access pornographic things from the Magnolia database that we're paying millions of dollars to maintain. And also the fact that many folks, at least in the Jackson area, Rankin County, Flowood, have told me that they've walked into the public libraries with their children, and the first thing that has struck them is a big book display of very inappropriate material for children. And it's in every library. If you don't believe it, go see it. I have filed bills for the last 2 or 3 years to try to remove the obscenity exemption from the public libraries and the public school libraries, and it continues to fail. So that's why I'm voting no.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator DeBar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. No further questions. Move for adoption of the report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Senator Hill, no. Chisholm, no. Seymour, no. Anyone else? Senator Seymour, Chisholm, Hill, no. Remaining aye. Bill passes by use of remaining roll call. Senator 35, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we pass items 35, 36, 37, and 38, and 39, and go to item 40 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3007, Appropriation IHL Subsidiary Programs.
I'll move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Parks to explain.
Senator Parks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we look at the University Subsidiaries Program. For the final action, it was $97,415,641, with a general fund amount of $39,973,517. As a final action increase, what that representation is of course, the progression of the salary increases and then the combination of the health and the PERS. And then added to that was the $42,101 restoration of LBR cuts for the Gulf Coast Research Lab. Then $1.5 million funding for the Medical Cannabis Research Research Institution, and then $500,000 R&R for the fire detection and suppression system at the IHL Executive Office. I am happy to answer any questions. If no questions, I would ask adoption on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Of course, voting no. Present? Chisholm? Present. Anyone else? Bill passed by use of morning roll call. One present, Senator Chisholm. 41, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to item 41, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3008, Appropriation IHL Alcorn State Agricultural Programs.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Parks to explain.
You're recognized. Thank you, Mr. President. Alcorn Agricultural Extension Program. Final action was $8,186,172 with a general fund amount of $7,851,172. As the final action increases are resolved into the salary progression, the health insurance PERS, and then the funding for the program expansion, along with 55,000 operational expenditures. I'm happy to answer any questions. If no questions, adoption on the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present with the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
As we go to item 42, have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3009, Appropriation IHL Mississippi State University Agriculture and Forestry Experiment Station.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Parks to explain.
Senator Parks, you recognize to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is Mississippi State Agriculture and Forestry Experimental Station. Final action, $34,858,915 with general fund as $24,412,751, with the breakdown being the salary progressions 472, health and PERS 64,800, 90,304, and then operational expenditures of 310 for a total of 937,104 as a base increase. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator.
Ask for adoption on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to item 43, have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3010, Appropriation IHL Mississippi State University Cooperative Extension Service.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Parks to explain.
Senator Parks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the Mississippi State Cooperative Extension Services. The final action, $47,981,500 $581, with the general fund of $33,536,601. With the salary progression, $848,000, health, $134,190, PERS, $163,317, and then operational expenditures of $127,000, and then the Mississippi Youth Preparedness Initiative at $100,000. I am happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator.
Adoption on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
Yes, go to item 44, have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3011, Appropriation IHL Mississippi State University Forest and Wildlife Research Center.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Parks to explain.
Senator Parks, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is Mississippi State University's Forestry and Wildlife Research Center. Final action, $8,594,237. The general fund, $6,229,585. Making up of that final action was the salary progression, $120,000, health insurance, $19,170, PERS, $23,146, operational expenditures at $42,000, and then a funding of the deer pens at $1 million. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator, motion.
Adoption on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report's adopted. Senator Hobson.
As we skip item 45, go to item 46 on the calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3013, Appropriation IHL Student Financial Aid.
A motion is to recommit for further conference and study.
The motion is to recommit. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. The bill's conference report has been recommitted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 47 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3014, Appropriation IHL University of Mississippi Medical Center.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Parks to explain.
Senator Parks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the University of Mississippi Medical Center final action, $1,912,344 and $7. Out of the general fund, $193,774,571. For that final action, $3,460,000 for the salary progression, $2,617,650 on the health insurance, $4,619,367 for the PERS increase, $25,024,315 to restore the LBR cuts to the salary, and then $1,382,250 for the transfer office of the physician's workforce funding to the Department of Health, and that was in House Bill 1129. $1,382,250 on the transfer office of the physician's funding to the NCI status of the Cancer Institute. $100,000 to the funding of the Rare Disease Task Force, and that was per Senate Bill 2156, and then $2 million spending authority for the Burns Center, funding for UMMC. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Senator Polk, do you have a question?
I do.
Do you yield Senator Polk?
I do.
Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question is this. Who is actually in charge of the University of Mississippi Medical Center, the hospital? Who runs that? What board?
It is the IHL board.
So the IHL board has control of the state's hospital?
Yes.
Has it ever been considered to create a new board outside the IHL to be in charge of that hospital?
Yes, I believe there has been that opportunity taken before.
Thank you very much.
Okay, no further questions, Senator. Motion.
Adoption on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. I'm sorry. Senator Hill, did you have a question? Did you yield Senator Hill for a question?
I do.
Senator
Thank
Hill.
you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, are you aware that a peer investigation was done and that the university confirmed that they are telling parents that they have to have their children's permission at age 14 to view their medical records?
No, I was not aware of that.
Are you aware that prior to this thing blowing up on social media last spring that they were stopping parents from having access at 12 years old without their children's permission?
I did hear about that.
And you're aware that this body has basically unanimously agreed that parents should have a right to see their children's medical records without permission?
Yes, ma'am, I'm aware of that.
Thank you so much for supporting that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, the senator suggests you use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? No. Senator Hill. Yeah. Present, Senator Hill, excuse me. Present for Senator Parker. Seeing Sparks? Not voting, okay. Seeing no others, please record all others. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Branning as present, Senator Chasm as present. Senator Chisholm is present. Anyone else? Senator Berry? I'm sorry, which one?
Arnold.
Okay. All right. Senator.
Okay.
Senator Barrett, you not voting. Okay. All right. Anyone else? Please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we pass item, let's see where we are.
48.
48 and 49 go to item 50 and have the title read.
We'll pass and retain items 48, 49. Call up item 50, Senate Bill 3017. Ask the title be read.
Senate Bill 3017, Appropriation Employment Security Department.
Senator Hobson.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to recognize Senator Frazier to explain.
Senator Frazier is recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action for this agency is $138,605,708. In this bill, Department of Employment Security will be receiving 8% decrease due to non-recurring funds in this budget. And also there will be decreasing salaries by deleting certain opinions in the budget. And also final action for workforce development. There's been a total increase in the base level funding of $6,586,205. Also in Office of Workforce Development, LBR is $33,800,000, which is an overall decrease of 6 to 8.72%. And it's due to non-recurring funds, coronavirus fiscal recovery funds that are not available this year. And also in the Office of Workforce Development, they're requesting $18 million for the following increase: general support and also $9 million for career coaches. They're also requesting money for information management, fiscal management tracking system in the amount of $5 million. And also going to eliminate funding for jobs for the Mississippi graduates, $600,000. And also in this budget, they're also requesting an increase of $1,988,700 for the Restore grant. And this grant was received from the Department of Environment and Quality, and it's being passed through the 3 recipients on the Mississippi Gulf Coast for workforce development activities. If there are no questions, I move final passage by Mr. Morning roll call.
See no, I'm sorry. Senator Parker, you have a question?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Parker?
Yes.
Senator Parker recognized.
Thank you, Senator Frazier. What was the final action on the career coaches?
Let me put it up real quick. $9 million Yeah, we increased the funding for career coaches by $3 million for a total of 15.
15 million total?
15.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? See no further questions. Senator, for a motion.
Final passage by use of morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing that. Not voting? Okay. Senator McConnell is not voting. Please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report is passed. Senator Hobson, item 51.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that we go to item 51 and have the title read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 3018, Appropriation Ethics Commission.
Senator Hobson.
I move adoption of the conference report, and if Senator Wiggins won't handle, I'll go ahead and handle this one. Final action on the Ethics Commission is $750,319. This includes the progressions, the health insurance increases, the PERS increase. Also, we did include $15,438 for hiring a hearing officer and $4,106 for increased travel costs. That's an explanation of the bill. Conference report, if there are questions, I yield. If none, I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report has passed. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I go to item 52 and have the title read, please.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 3019, Appropriation Judicial Performance Commission.
I move adoption of the conference report and recognize Senator, ask you to recognize Senator Wiggins.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
You don't need me, Mr. Chairman. Final action is $794,070, represents the salary progressions, health insurance, and put back the cuts for operational expenses. With that, happy to answer any questions. If not, move adoption on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
Ask to go to item 53 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3020, Appropriation Public Safety Department of.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Wiggins to explain.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action is $286,466,324. We spent a good amount of time on trying to get these things that would be good for DPS as requested by the Commissioner's Office, and so I'll just run down those. So we of course have the salary progressions, which totaling $7,042,000. They had requested to bring bring numbers up on the Capitol Police, and so we were at 150 funding Capitol Police. We're now funding to 187 officers for $3,071,575. Also, 2 public safety planning investigators to the tune of $200,000. We are appropriating for the statutory salary increases for Highway Patrol, NBI, and NBN, which is $694,849. There's also operational expenditures for Highway Patrol, Forensics, Capitol Police, Homeland Security at $3,650,000. A lot of time was spent on talking about MELOTA, which is the Law Enforcement Training Academy, and so $750,000 for officers to train at MELOTA, then $1 million for forensics lab equipment, and then for repairs and renovations at MELOTA is $500,000. Excuse me, and then Continue funding for the driver services in Canton building, build out and the equipment, $1,535,000, and $1,583,000 for the Capitol Police vehicles. Mr. President, I would ask that at this time you recognize Chairman Hobson to further explain.
Senator Hobson, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. One important feature in here that you should all be aware of, Senator Wiggins mentioned the 2% salary progressions. There's also a 7% increase overall, 7% in the budget for the law enforcement officers within DPS. Let me explain how this is going to work. If you're in law enforcement, we actually initially had agreed to do a 7% across the board for all the law enforcement officers, but it creates some problems in their scale. So what we did with the commissioner yesterday is had a meeting, and he came up with a couple of options, and after meeting with our counterparts in the House, determined that we would, because they're on the statutory scale, the Highway Patrol is, and the other agencies are not. So what we did is came up with a scale that would put the equivalent of 7% across the board, but it does have different levels based on the experience you have and based on the category of the group you're in. So maybe an MBN or an MBI officer, Capitol Police, CTED, law enforcement. But essentially those go from, I think, about a 4% up to about an 8%. One of the things that he wanted, and we agree with, is to encourage some officers to get in on the front end. Their pay right now with the Huggins Act was about $50,000 per officer's front end. So what we did is those officers now will make about 54 starting, and we have eliminated the Huggins Act in this bill. That was removed. It's just created a lot of confusion over the years, and I think there was consensus we should repeal the Huggins Act and then go with the scale that the commissioner and the conferees discussed. So you can know that the law enforcement officers in the state, and especially in light of some of the events that happened, we saw in Charlotte, North Carolina a couple of days ago. I think in Louisiana, I even heard about some law enforcement officers getting shot at, maybe injured in Louisiana. It's a dangerous profession they're in, and we want to make sure that we compensate them properly, and I think this is a further step. We've done some good law enforcement increases the last few years, and we need to continue to support our law enforcement. So this does include, again, when you count it all, it's 7%, but you will see different categories from, I think, 4% to 8%, depending on experience and departments and so forth. So I wanted to make sure that everybody understood that feature as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will either yield back to Senator Wiggins or entertain questions. Either one of us can entertain questions at this time.
Senator Wiggins, do you wish to share the podium?
Just last one other thing on the CCID. We had the bill that we passed this year, but that, in terms of funding, that won't take effect until next year. So, and as you heard, we were at 187. The commissioner has requested to get to 200. But that's the amount that we're at right now that we felt could be appropriately funded. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, are there any questions? Senator Hill, do you have a question?
My ears are slow sometimes.
You yield to Senator Hill for a question.
I do.
Senator Hill.
So he's asked for 200, and where are we at now?
187.
187. So
we were at 150.
Okay, and so that expansion takes place in January. Is that right?
I think you're okay.
Yeah, the expansion of the CC, the map that we passed.
Last year or?
No, the one that we just passed.
Yeah, it's July of next year.
Oh, July of next year, not January of next year.
That's right.
So
and let me explain that. Throughout this whole process, and the commissioner's been up front of us, we do not want to set them up to fail, and so we're kind of expanding. If we're going to do that, which we've done that, then we are working to adjust the levels, and so that was discussed that won't go into effect till next year. So we'll be back next year.
So that will give us time to add more in the next legislative session before that expansion.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator, motion.
Motion is to adopt the conference report on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator suggests adoption of the conference report based on the for final passage based on the morning roll call. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
Let's go to item 54 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3021, Appropriation Mental Health Department.
Senator
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Hill to explain.
Senator Hill, you recognize, sir. Explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Final action on this is $691,628,428. The following changes to base level funding, the increases were $1,286,280 for health insurance, $1,019,594 for PERS, $5,655,042 for salary progression, $1,392,944 for general fund for 100 ID/DD waiver slots, $7,724,864 for forensic staffing, and then $861,425 for the residency program out at Whitfield, $10,204,391 general funds for the recurring Medicaid ID and DD waiver programs, $2.5 million for contractual workforce or operational needs, and then $25,000 for Narcan distribution. So the total increase over base level was $30,669,541. There are no questions. I'd ask for passage on the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, the senator suggests use morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we pass item 55, go to item 56 and have the title read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 3036, Appropriation Agriculture and Commerce Department.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Delano to explain.
Senator Delano, you recognize to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. This is the Department of Ag's budget. Final action is $29,386,233. That's an increase of about $4,475,550. That's salary progressions, vacancy funding for two existing PINs, healthcare increases, PERS increases, a little bit of operational increases of about $320,000, and then we have capital expense funds that went towards an expansion of the wireless capabilities at the fairgrounds. The rest of the money is just spending authority for special funds that they already have access to. That's an explanation of the report, and I will be yield for questions. And if there are no questions, I'll move for passage use.
Senator Whaley, do you have a question?
Question, please.
You yield, Senator Whaley?
Absolutely.
Senator Whaley, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Delano, on this, are there any funds that are going to the livestock facilities out of this?
Not out of this one. You know they have a separate budget, and I'm going to cover that one next.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator suggests to use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? No. Senator Blackwell is no. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report is passed. We go to item 57. Senator Hobson.
As we go to that item, have the title read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 3037, Appropriation Fair and Coliseum Commission Livestock Shows.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Delano to explain.
Senator Delano, you're recognized.
We'll get it right here in a second, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. This is the livestock budget. This is all special funds. It's $1.2 million, and that's the same over last year. And Senator Whaley asked me a question a second ago about the livestock. There is some R&R money in the ag budget for some of the facilities that are out there that has nothing to do with this particular show. But there is some money that's going to be spent on those, and I can get you that amount here in just a few minutes. I'll provide it to you. Mr. President, I'll yield for any questions.
Senator Sparks, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Sparks?
Yes, sir.
Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, this is 57 with dealing with livestock shows. I apologize, this question may have been for 56. There is a theft unit within agriculture that deals with livestock or cattle theft. Was that in the prior budget?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
We're adding a new one, and we're providing some additional vehicles. I think you remember we had a general bill that was going to help them with their mission and operations as well.
Okay, and was that also where the people that would be in the Department of Agriculture who are supposed to regulate hemp, was that in the prior bill too?
That would be in the prior bill, but there's no language that's in there.
I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you. No problem. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, if there's no other questions, I'll move for passage use of the morning roll call.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no other questions, Senator suggests use more roll call final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of one roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Item 58, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3038, Appropriation Animal Health Board of.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Delano to explain.
Senator Delano, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay. Let's see, Board of Animal Health. The final action is $3,049,513. This is an increase of $172,997. That is due to salary increases, some progressions, and then we also helped him replace some federal funds that he was losing, and that's an explanation of the bill, and I will yield for any questions. If there are no questions, I'll suggest the use of the morning roll call for final passage.
Seeing no questions, the senator suggests the use of morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Item 59, Senator Hobson.
Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3039, Appropriation Corrections Department of.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Delano to explain.
Senator Delano, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the Department of Corrections budget. Final action is $463,029,664. That is an increase of $30,993,922, and that is for capital expense funds of $7.5 million to replace doors and locks at prisons across the state. There's $11,618,000 for increase in medical cost contract, an increase for 3% of all across all regional facilities to go up to a maximum of $32.71 a day. That equated to $2,097,656 of additional general fund. We had salary progressions, contractual services increases of 1.7 for an implementation of a new program that's going to help our parole officers in the field be able to track their population a little easier. There's also health insurance increases, PERS increases, and contractual increases for farming capacity and operations, as well as some additional commodities increases for inmate welfare fund. That's a special fund authority, and that's all. So, like I said, that's an explanation of the bill. I'll yield for any questions.
Are there any? Yes, we have a couple of questions. Senator Sparks, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Sparks?
Absolutely.
Senator Sparks recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The inmate welfare fund item you mentioned at the end, what is that again? I know you're giving spending authority. That money is created based on commissary sales of products, I think, inside the facilities, but what did we authorize?
We authorized an increase of $2.25 million for the contractual services in dealing with the inmate welfare fund.
That's in the operation of the inmate welfare fund, or allowing the funds that have accumulated to be spent?
Allowing for the funds to be accumulated to be spent.
And where have we allowed that money to be spent?
Mr. Chairman, I don't remember exactly. I may have it here in my notes, but I know that's something that we looked at and that we discussed with the agency. Okay. So we had 3 new prisons that came online. We put $750,000 in each of those to help them get started with their particular fund.
With 3 what that came online?
3 new prisons. We didn't have enough funds for some of the agencies or some of the regional facilities last year. Delta, Walnut Grove, and Marshall.
So
they had $0 in them in the inmate welfare fund.
Okay, so we basically put the seed money in that they could go buy the products that they're going to sell.
Well, it's just spending authority for it, so they would have to generate it somehow. They'd have to work that out within the agency. We just gave them the spending authority to be able to use funds that they've generated.
And I understand they're generating the funds, but this body has also allowed spending authority for inmate welfare fund dollars in the past. I'm just curious specifically, we're giving them $2.5 million worth of spending authority, and I'm hearing that we're going to give $750,000 to 3 different facilities so that they can get something started. Okay.
Again, it's not new money. It's just spending authority for them to be able to spend the dollars that they generate.
But it's not directed where they're going to spend the $2.5 million.
Correct.
Thank you. The money for the locks, I know that you've been very attentive to different reports that have come out, and we're all trying to be supportive. Do you believe, based on the presentation, the money that we're putting forward will allow us to meet those obligations?
That is my understanding in discussions with the agency.
And we can purchase those. We've got some kind of lead on how to do that, because it appears that this might not be a brand new issue, that it's something that we need to remedy quickly.
Correct. That is something that came up in the DOJ report. This is something that they've known about for a little while. I think they had contracts already they've received proposals to try to do this, and this just allows them to have the cash to be able to do that.
I want to thank you and the chairman for working very hard to make sure that this body is doing everything we can to make sure that we're handling this in a better fashion, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. I enjoyed working with you and the chairman on this issue. I know that both of you are very passionate about this.
Have a question, Senator.
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator DeBar?
Absolutely.
Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did I hear correctly? You said there was an increase for regional jails, and if so, how much was that?
Yeah, it was a 3% increase, but it's a maximum of $32.71.
Okay. Is that across the board to all regionals, or is it just
Say that one more time, I couldn't hear you.
Is that across the board for all regionals, or is it just specified ones?
Well, unless they hit the cap. The cap is the 3271 number, so there is an increase that's there.
What about, I know we've heard discussions about the skyrocketing medical costs coming out of our facilities, the 3 facilities. I've heard talks about an RFP or increase in, what's the resolution of that as we go forward? Because I know you've been looking into it intently on that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think you and I have had multiple conversations about this. I would really think the state would benefit from utilizing our regional hospitals that are in place to provide primary health care for our hospitals. However, the department as well as the executive branch has chosen to go out for an RFP that it explicitly excludes our regional hospitals from being able to make a presentation through the RFP. I would love for us to have that opportunity going forward in the future. And I think that's definitely something that we need to look at Currently, there's an RFP out on the street. I expect that to be closed here in the next couple of months. That does exclude our regional hospitals. It's something that we have to look at. I think there's only 2 companies in the country that are going to be able to respond to this RFP.
And what's the RFP going to come back? How much will you appropriate to cover the cost of that RFP?
Well,
you know?
Well, we're speculating at this point, but I think that there's some national numbers that have shown that we could come back in here next year with a contract that's in place that would require us to put an additional $50 million in either deficit funding or funding for next year just to cover the rising cost of healthcare. We've actually increased this particular budget a total of $11 million in general fund support for medical services. And I think we've gone from 96 or somewhere around 98 million to up to, I think we're at 111 or so, close to that at this current time. There's definitely a better way of doing this, and I'll look forward to working with the executive branch.
Is that RFP going to be a 1 year, or is it a contract? Or?
I believe it's a 3-year contract, and and like I said, it's something that we've discussed with the governor's office. We'd like to set this up.
And I know you've been pushing to get some R&R done at our state facilities. Is that going to be used, funded through ARPA, or is it going to be through this appropriation?
I don't have the ARPA amounts that are in here. I don't know if there's any more, but I know that we put a lot.
It's going to be put in ARPA, if I'm correct, right?
$56.5 million is going to the Bureau of Buildings, and a lot of those projects are in our correctional facilities.
Thank you for your work, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you.
Senator Blunt, do you have a question?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Blunt.
Absolutely.
Senator Blunt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Delano. You mentioned the cost of medical care for inmates in the correction system. I think you said it was $110 million?
That's in this particular budget. Yes, that's an increase. Oh, excuse me. Yes, sir. I believe that's the current contract cost.
And are those inmates in the correction system currently eligible for Medicaid under state law?
Not under state law.
Would those inmates be eligible for Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act, and the federal government pay 90% of those costs?
There could be some that are eligible, but not all. And it would not be for primary care. It would be for care that are within the hospitals. So it would be the acute care that would be delivered at a hospital facility, not at the infirmaries that are located at the individual corrections facilities.
But if hospitals were eligible, like Senator DeBar mentioned, and we did have Medicaid expansion, the hospitals would be reimbursed for seeing those patients.
To some extent, but the question that I asked about that as we were working through this process is whether or not the state would see the benefit through this particular contract that we're working on to reduce the cost of care under the contract that we have currently.
Well, that's probably one place to look. Okay. Thank you, Senator Delano.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator, I see no further questions. The motion is?
To move for due adoption of use the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
As we go to item 60 on the calendar and have the title read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 3040, Appropriation Emergency Management Agency.
Senator
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to recognize Senator Delano to explain.
Senator Delano, you're recognized.
Thank you. Final action on MEMA is $342,342. That's an increase of $1,279,322. That's for restoration of LBR cuts, salary progressions, health insurance. We gave them the ability to purchase one vehicle at $75,000. And that is an explanation of their conference report for the agency itself. Now, there is a second budget that we have, that's the disaster recovery budget. And that final action is $459,960,228. That's an increase above our base of $2,786,616, and that is generally for the match for the match that's required for disaster events across the state. And that's an explanation of the bill or the conference report. Mr. President, I'll yield for any questions. If there are no questions, I'll move for adoption, use the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report has passed. Yes, ma'am. We're about to break for lunch. Are there any announcements before we go to lunch? Seeing none, Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess till 1:30 p.m.
Motion is Senate recess till 1:30. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Ayes have it. Stand in recess till 1:30. Come to order. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 60 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
61, pardon me.
Senate Bill
61.
3041, Appropriation Gaming Commission.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Williams to explain.
Senator Williams, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The general fund action is $9,237,934. Total action is $10,900,420,000. Like many of our bills today, we see the salary progressions are there, the health insurance increase is there, the 0.5% for PERS is there. It's predominantly what's in this. If there are no questions, Mr. President, I would make a motion that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use of morning roll call. Final passage. Does any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll calls. Voting aye. The conference report has passed. Go to item 62, Senator.
62, have the title read, please.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3042, Appropriation Information Technology Services Department of.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Williams to explain.
Senator Williams, you recognize to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We actually have two budgets here of the ITS budget. The general fund action is $26,715,410. Total action, $51,903,288. There again, the predominant action in here are salary increases, the progression, and the 0.5% for PERS. If there are no questions, the second part of the budget, forgive me, is the Wireless Commission. Same thing. Let me get the numbers. General fund action is $11,968,985, which is total action on this budget. If there are no questions, Mr. President, I'd move that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator Polk, for what purpose?
A motion to reconsider at the appropriate time.
What now would be the proper time?
Thank you very much. On yesterday's calendar, I'd like to put item 148, House Bill number 346, on motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, seeing no questions, Senator suggests use morning roll call. Final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll calls. Voting aye. Conference report's adopted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask to go to item 63 and have the title read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 3043, Appropriation Personnel Board.
Move that we adopt the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Williams to explain.
Senator Williams, you recognize to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General fund action is $5,374,870. That is the total action on the personnel board appropriation. There again, we have the 2% salary progression, PERS, and health insurance increase. If there are no questions, I would move for adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Does anyone have a question? Seeing no questions, the senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call. As voting aye, the conference report's adopted. Senator Hobson.
As we go to item 64 on the calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3044, Appropriation Military Department.
I move that we adopt the conference report. I ask you to recognize Senator Williams to explain.
Senator Williams, you recognize to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you can see, this is our military budget. The general fund action is $9,490,876. The total action on this budget is $123,489. As you know, a lot of this is federal drawdown. We have a total of 886 permanent pins. Time-limited pins are a total of 27. I'm sorry. The things aforementioned, the PERS, the salary progressions, and insurance are in there. There are several other things in here I think that I need to point out. Is we've got $5,602,000 to restore the LBR cuts to the salaries. We have $1.65 million in here for the educational assistance. We have $2.5 million for the readiness centers, $2.5 million for the Youth Challenge. We have $5 million for Youth Challenge repair and renovations, which is what was asked about. $6 million for the South Haven Armory. This is the amount of money we need to appropriate to get the final drawdown and finish that armory. As also in the Corinth Armory, we have a $1.5 million appropriation that will allow us to get the federal drawdown and finish that. I will yield for questions. If there are none, Mr. President, I would move that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Any senator have a question? Seeing none, the senator suggests use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator DeBar? Not voting? Okay. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference reports passed. Senator Hobson.
Mr. President, that's good. Item 65 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3045, Appropriation Veterans Affairs Board.
I move that we adopt the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Williams to explain.
Senator Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, we have two budgets here. The first budget is the Veterans Affairs Board. The general fund action is $5,640,041. The total action is $11,328,76. Again, health insurance, salary progressions, PERS are the predominant things in this budget. The second budget is the Veterans Affairs Board, the Veterans Home System, if you will. The general fund action, $6,357,359. Total Senate action on the bill is $80,588,719. We have a $1.7 million restoration of subsidies from the 2024 level. The others are the same things that we've aforementioned: health insurance, PERS, and salary progressions. I'll yield for questions. If none, I would move passage. I would recommend adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, the senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present voting aye by use of the morning roll call. The conference report's passed. Senator Hobson.
Yes, we go to item 66 on the calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3046, Appropriation Audit Department of.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Michelle to explain.
Senator Michelle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is final action of $14,184,911. Department of Audit. $30,000 of this is for CPA review. Kind of under the list of unintended consequences of having great accounting schools in the state. We have a $200,000 accountancy fellowship program that we fund, kind of like the Rural Doctors Program. As an example, the accounting school at the University of Mississippi is in the top 5 in the country, and those students are all getting job offers and guaranteed job offers when they leave school. So we have this scholarship fund to allow the auditor to fund some scholarships to try to get these students to work for him at a lesser salary. And some of them are interested in that because they get to pay their debt on their tuition. The PERS and insurance and salary progressions are in this legislation, and I'll be glad to yield any questions or move passage of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
Ask to go to item 67, have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3047, Appropriation Revenue Department of.
I move that we adopt the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Michelle to explain.
Senator Michelle, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action on this Department of Revenue is $80,117,903. They have 668 positions. The homestead exemption portion of the Department of Revenue is $92 million. The license tag commission division is $6 million. As you know, we had new tags last year. That's the maintenance portion for the new tags. Capital expense of about $3.24 million for IT equipment to oversight of the medical cannabis program for third-party contract that we have with ABC Distributor, and for computer hardware. It has PERS and insurance increases and salary progressions. I'd be glad to yield questions, and the motion is passage of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, senator suggests use of the morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report has passed. Senator Hobson.
Let's go to item 68 and have the title read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill number 3048, Appropriations, Secretary of State.
Move that we adopt the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Michelle to explain.
Senator Michelle, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action of Secretary of State is $38,696,763. There's up to $500,000 in this budget for county voting systems, $4,215,393 for electronic support fund, $11 million for the Tidewaters Fund to be transferred to the Marine Resources, and $1 million for cybersecurity integrity. The PERS and insurance increases and salary progressions are included in this budget. I'd be glad to yield any questions. I move passage of the adoption, of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Hobson. Item 69.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the title be read.
Thank you. Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3049, Appropriation Tax Appeals Board.
I move that we adopt the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
I'm sorry, I'd be recognized Senator Michelle to explain, excuse me.
Senator Michelle, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. This is the Tax Appeals Board. It's one of our smaller agency budgets, $662,799. It has the PERS, insurance, and salary progressions included. It's about as simple as it gets. I'd be glad to yield any questions. I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator Michelle suggests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is adopted. Senator Hobson.
Mr. President, I ask to go to item 70 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3050, Appropriation Workers' Compensation Commission.
I move that we adopt the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Michelle to explain.
Senator Michelle, you recognize to explain the conference report.
Thank you. This is the Workers' Compensation Commission budget. Final action is $6,161,983. Final action. Of significance with this agency, you might recall that building was built on Lakeland Drive, and they're basically at the end of the useful life of the roof and the HVAC units. The agency is going to probably, something we're going to have to monitor within the next year, is move away from that particular building where the DFA can get in there and make the improvements to the property. That's something we'll be monitoring. We have the PERS and insurance and salary progressions included in the budget. I'll be glad to yield questions, and I'll move adoption of the conference report by the use of the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Question? Oh, okay. Anyone wish to be recorded voting no? And present, it would be, I understand, Senator Harkins, present. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
As we go to item 71 on today's calendar, have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3052, Appropriation, Debt Service, General Obligation.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Michelle to explain.
Senator Michelle, you recognize to explain.
It's hot in here.
That's going to come from. Thank you, Mr. President. This is the Debt Service General Obligation Fund. The final action is $497,811. It has the PERS and insurance and salary progressions. For those of you who are interested in knowing what our total bond and debt is right now, as of today, when I talk to the State Treasurer, it's about $4.3 billion. And the plans are to pay down some of this bond indebtedness as well with funds that we have. I'll be glad to yield to questions, and I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, the senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
I ask that we pass item 72 and go to item 73 on the calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3055, Appropriation, Governor's Office and Mansion.
I move that we adopt the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's Governor's Mansion and Office. It's got the health insurance increase, $5,670, the salary progression, $42,214, and the PERS increase, $8,245. Total budget, $3,828,841. And of that, $3,191,450 is the general fund portion. I'll yield for questions.
See no questions, Senator.
None. I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
I ask that we pass item 74 and go to item 75 on the calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3057, Appropriation, Gulf Coast Restoration Fund to the Mississippi Development Authority.
Move that we adopt the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the GCRF bill. There's no additional money in it this year. This just authorizes the reappropriation of the dollars from previous years on projects that have not been completed. That includes a total of $146,129,943. Includes projects from 2020, 2021, all these fiscal years 22 and 23. I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Are there any questions? Say no questions, Senator.
Seeing none, my motion is we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
As we pass item 76 and have it retain its place.
Pass and retain item 76. All right, next we go to item 77. Senator Harkins. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip items 77 and 78 and have them retain their place on the calendar and go to item 79, House Bill 1417, and have the title read.
We'll pass and retain item 77, 78, go to item 79, House Bill 1417, as the title be read.
House Bill number 1417, Healthcare Industry Zone, expand radius for location of certain facilities for certification by MDA as.
Senator Harkins.
Motion is we adopt the conference report and recognize Senator Delano to explain the conference report.
Senator Delano, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. This deals with the Healthcare Opportunity Zone. All this bill does is changes the radius from 5 miles to 8 miles, and that's all that's in this bill. If there's any questions, I will yield at this time. If not, I move for final adoption based on the morning roll call.
Any questions? We do have one. Senator Blunt, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Blunt?
Absolutely.
Senator Blunt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Delano, is this specific to any part of the state, or would this extension from 5 to 8 apply statewide in all 82 counties?
Well, this deals with healthcare opportunity zones, which were created 7 or 8 years ago, I believe.
I remember it. Yeah.
And this does apply to anywhere in the state where a healthcare opportunity zone does currently exist.
So it's not unique to
correct
a particular county.
Correct. That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator, if no further questions, Senator suggests use one roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Bryan, no. Senator Blunt, no. Anyone wish to be recorded as voting present? Seeing none, please record all others present by the use of one roll call as voting aye. Conference report's adopted. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 80 through 86, have them retain their place on the calendar. Go to item 87, Senate Bill 2405, and have the title read.
We'll pass and retain items 80 through 86. They'll retain their place on the calendar. Go to item 87, Senate Bill 2405, and ask the title be read.
Senate Bill number 2405, alcoholic beverages, revise certain provisions regarding locations for sale of.
Senator Harkins.
My motion will be adopt the conference report, recognize Senator England to explain it.
Senator England, you're recognized to explain.
Mr. President, I'm actually going to make a motion late at the table, subject call. I got a mix-up on the bill, so we'll bring that back up at a later date. That's okay.
Motion, you want to lay it on the table subject to call. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. Ayes have it. 87, item 87, subject to call. Item 88, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 88, 2466, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2466, alcoholic beverages, revise certain provisions relating to sales to persons under the age of 21.
Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill authorizes the Commissioner of Department of Revenue that he may choose to require a permittee who has had at least 3 instances of selling alcohol to a minor to use a third-party age verification app, and that is what the conference report says. I move adoption using the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use the morning roll call, final passage. Oh, Senator Hill, you have a question. You yield to Senator Hill. You yield Senator Hill for a question.
Yes.
Senator Hill, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you. So this is, again, tweaking with the code that where businesses are caught selling alcohol to minors. So this is, I think, a couple of years ago, we gave them an extra chance. So this is adding another chance for them to be caught selling alcohol to minors. So this is weakening that statute again.
No, I don't believe that it weakens it. It just says that, there's already, if you look, are you looking at the bill or the conference report?
I'm trying. What line?
So old language, if you look lines 34 through 45, talk about the different penalties for offenses, which is already in law. And this does not weaken any of those. It just says after the third or subsequent offense, the commissioner may also require that the permittee have and use an independent third-party age verification app on the licensed premises.
Okay, but we used to suspend their license when they had a certain number of violations, and maybe Councilor Senator Harkins can speak to that, because I remember we changed that a couple of years ago and gave them, I think, 2 chances, and now
so if you
this doesn't say anything about suspending license.
So in each of those 4 above that, it talks about for the first offense on the license permit. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Suspension of the permit for not more than 1 week. For the second one, suspension of permit for not more than 2 weeks. For the third, 3 weeks. Fourth,
revocation of the permit.
Yes.
So after a third or subsequent, so this means even after a fourth, where it says third or subsequent, Commissioner also may require the premises have and use an independent third party. Okay, so if it says third or subsequent, isn't that in contradiction with number 4 that says a fourth offense within a 12-month period?
I don't believe it's...
Well, it says within a 12-month period, a fourth offense within a 12-month period.
So I don't believe it is in contradiction to that.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Sparks, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield Senator Sparks?
Yes.
Senator Sparks, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The concern I have, we obviously changed this law a few years ago because it read with no time period, so a violation 10 years earlier and a second violation would subject you to second violation penalties. My concern is that the duty that a licensee has to not sell a product to someone under the age of 21 puts that license in jeopardy, correct?
That's the way I understand it. You would probably know much better than I would.
Well, I mean, if someone comes into an establishment and there's a person under the age of 21 that has an alcoholic beverage, the person who has alcoholic beverage is going to get a ticket for possession.
Yes.
All right. But the place, the business has a license. That will be a first violation if charged against that license holder, that establishment.
Yes.
Okay. So my question is, why wouldn't somebody just use this app? Because it says 85% accuracy. Of course, I don't have a clue who's judging what's 85% accurate. But if someone has this app, and let's just say I'm a licensee and I really want to protect my license, so I just go get this company and I use them today, does that absolve me of anyone under 21 receiving alcoholic beverages in my establishment?
I don't have the answer for that. I'm happy to ask and get that.
No, that's fine. No, because if we've got technology that's so good that we feel like we need to put it into a bill to govern who receives alcohol, when the duty is already on the establishment, then I just want to know, is this technology, which we don't have a clue what the price is going to be.
That's right.
All right. So you don't know if it's going to be a monthly fee like Netflix and I can watch all I want to watch.
Or a per swipe.
Or a per swipe.
Right.
So here we go.
Yes.
with that issue. So I don't understand why we're putting this in here. I agree with Senator Hill that, you know, this is after a third or subsequent offense, but assuming you walk into an establishment in a college town and there's just a large amount of people because it happens to be graduation next weekend and people are under 21, but they're with their parents, the law also says that you can drink a beer or light wine if you're between the ages of 18 and 21 if you're with your parent or legal guardian. So is this app going to be able to help in that situation?
I believe that would be more of a, and this is a guess on my part,
Yeah.
but I believe that if that's already the law, that someone who came in would be verified that they're within that range and with their parents, and at that time, I don't believe that they would be charged with anything for that.
Okay, but the permit, the license holder is the one that's going to have to pay whatever cost that in other words, how many products are on the market that meet this 85% criteria?
I don't have a number. I'm not sure.
Are there any American companies, because we're banning Chinese drone technology, you know, is this going to be a Chinese app?
Very well could be. I do not know.
And is it going to be a fake ID that was procured from China? Because, you know, it just looks like we're chasing the rabbit here.
Maybe the same company selling both.
That's right. I think they're going to make money on both sides. And I'm against that.
That's a good hustle, I guess.
All right, thank you. That's a good business model, but we still live in a country that's free, and you know, capitalism is strong. So thank you.
And I would add that at this time it says May. We shall see how this plays out.
Okay, Senator Blackwell, you have a question.
Yes, sir. Correct. Question, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, I see this after the third offense and can understand that, but is DOR going to have a list of preferred vendors, or is this just one vendor in particular that they're going to require the permittee to use?
Right. It's my understanding, and I will verify this, that at the 85% mark, there are multiple vendors that would fall in that accuracy range. It's so good, I think they're going to use it for the medical cannabis cards.
Well, what I'm asking though is, can you verify that there's only going to be one? If it's going to be one vendor or multiple vendors?
Yes, I believe that the 85% number was set because it would bring multiple vendors.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I see no further question. The motion, Senator.
Move adoption using the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded voting no? Okay, Senator Chisholm, Senator Branning, Senator Bryan, Senator Whaley, Senator Blackwell, Senator Sparks, Senator Parker, Senator Younger, Senator Chazanal, Senator DeBar, Senator Barrett, Senator McClendon,
A2 Brute,
Senator Frazier, Senator Hill, Senator Seymour, Senator Ladner, Senator Rhodes, Senator Tate. Okay. Senator Hobson, Senator Brumfield. I thought I already called him. Senator Suber, Senator Polk. I see you. Oh, you're present? Senator Suber is present. Senator Jordan is no. Senator Thompson is no. Senator England is no. Senator Carter is no. Senator McCon is no. Anyone else? Present. Anyone wish to be voted as present? Okay, Senator, please read off. Mr. Clerk, please read off the no votes.
Voting no or nay: Barrett, Blackwell, Branning, Brumfield, Bryan, Carter, Chazanal, Chisholm, DeBar, England, Frazier, Hill, Hobson, Jordan, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McClendon, Parker, Pope, Rhodes, Seymour, Sparks, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, and Younger. For President, Suber.
I got 26. And one close.
Okay, with 26 voting no and one present, the bill has failed. The conference report has failed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call item 87 off the table, Senate Bill 2405, and have the title read.
Senator, before we do, we have an introduction, if you don't mind, for Senator Parker for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Senator. We are happy to have today Alderman Dave Young from Horn Lake joining us in the gallery. If you would, please stand. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome to your Senate. Okay, now, I think that's it. Senator Harkins,
I move to move Senate Bill 2405 off the table. That's my motion.
Which item is that?
87 on today's calendar.
Did we pass that item? He laid on the table. Yeah, he just needs permission to do it. Yeah, Senator makes a motion that we bring up at this late on the table, item 87. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Now we'll go back to item 87, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Delano to explain the conference report.
Senator, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is, I guess it's best described as a local and private bill. We had to run through general legislation that deals with packaged liquor stores or packaged retail permits, and it would allow for for a second permit to be issued with a capital investment of not less than $20 million and a major retail investment or a major retail development project, and it would be located in one of the 3 southernmost counties of the state of Mississippi, and it's not within 100 miles of another permit. So that is an explanation of the bill, that what this will allow for is for a project or projects to move forward on the coast that would allow for a massive or a major developer to come in and provide a quality of life improvement that is much desired and needed for the coast. That's an explanation of the bill, and or the conference report, and I'll yield for questions.
Senator Parks, did you have a question? Senator Parks, did you have a question?
To the vote at the appropriate time.
At the appropriate time. Thank you. All right. The Senator see no questions on item 87, Senate Bill number 2405.
Motion to be used the morning roll call for adoption.
Senator suggests use morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no or present? Present or no? Senator Parker, no. Senator Polk, no. Anyone else? Senator Frazier, no. Senator McMahon, no. Senator Tate, no. Senator Branning, no. Senator Seymour, no. Senator Turner Ford, no. Senator Parks, no. Anyone else? Senator Brumfield, no.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Chisholm.
Senator Chisholm, no.
And then Polk is present.
Senator Polk, you were present instead of no? Okay. Okay, Senator Jordan, present or no? Present. Senator Suber, present. Senator Barrett, present. Anyone else? Senator Chazanall?
That was me, Barrett.
No.
That was me.
Somebody saying no to me. Who's saying that? Is that all? Would you read back those, please, and make sure we have them correct?
Senator Simmons is seeking recognition.
Oh, Senator Simmons, for what purpose?
Mr. President, I'd like to announce a pair.
You recognize?
I will vote aye, and Senator Norwood, if he were here, he'll vote no.
Thank you, Senator. Please record the pair. You got all those? Now, please read off the noes and presents, please, Mr. Clerk.
Voting no or nay. Branning, Brumfield, Chazanall, Chisholm, Frazier, McMahon, Parker, Parks, Seymour, Tate, and Turner Ford. Present, Barrett, Jordan, Polk, and Suber. This is Linda Street. What do you think? That's Linda.
Senator Jordan, were you present or no vote? Were you present or no? Present. Thank you, Senator.
Jordan, present.
Okay, with 11 noes and 4 present, the conference report has passed. Senator Harkins. Senator, did you wish to be? Okay, thank you. Senator Harkins.
I'd like to skip 89, have it retain its place on the calendar, go to item 90, Senate Bill 2803.
Pass and retain item 89. Go to item 90, Senate Bill 2803. Please read title.
Senate Bill 2803, Local Option Alcoholic Beverage Control Law, revised definition of qualified resort area.
My motion is we adopt the conference report and recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the omnibus qualified resort bill. Everyone who requested that one be put in this bill should be in it. We're going to put on the screen the list. It's 2 pages, so we'll put one part up now and give you a minute or so and then flip it over. If y'all don't mind, just look through this list. And if everybody's looked through that, we'll turn it over. And so that's the list of what is going into this omnibus bill. And Mr. President, I also have requests for unanimous consent to make some conforming language. Part of this that's on your screen is for a bill that we already passed and the governor signed, and the other part is for something that we've already passed in another conference report. So this just conforms this language to what we've already passed. And with unanimous consent, I'd like to have that added to the conference report.
Unanimous consent to add. All in favor say aye. Any objection? No objections. It's added. Senator.
And Mr. President, if there are no questions, I move adoption of the conference report using the morning roll call.
We have a couple of questions, Senator. Senator Parker, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield?
Yes.
Senator Parker.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. As somebody who's been here for a while, I can remember back to when we first started doing this type of legislation. I remember maybe the first one, and it was a unique situation, resort area. There were some things that were kind of described as being necessary, and it was a good explanation. But I've watched over the last few years this just become just more and more out of hand. And when I look on this list on the second page, and I see entire cities, and I see entire regions, and I see just towns and other things like that, would you not agree that if we really want to change these laws, we should maybe consider moving that forward in a general bill that might catch all of these instead of going through here? You know, I almost feel like as I look at it, I'm looking to make sure that like my driveway and my road are not in here, because it's basically gotten to a point where it could be the intersection of a driveway and a road. So would you not agree that we need to maybe look at this more in general law in the future? Just what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, it's something we should consider. My understanding is not everyone wants to have this opportunity, and so we try to appease those that do and not mess with those who don't, almost as if you're opting in. That's my understanding.
Right.
But I don't disagree that it's a conversation that we should have.
And I would say, too, that on a lot of the legislation that we're passing, would you not agree that there are a lot of people on bills that we pass where there are people who don't want that legislation and there are people who do want the legislation?
That's probably every bill we do.
Right. So I just appreciate your work on it. I appreciate the transparency of showing the entire list.
Yes.
But as always, I'm a consistent no on this because of the confusion I think it creates. But thanks for your work on this.
Thank you, Senator Parker. And Mr. President, I was just told that we do need to make a change and ask that we recommit this bill. If there's other questions, I will work to answer them now, but we'll make a motion to recommit.
For the motion, Senator, for what purpose, Senator Bryan?
A question.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to think if the motion comes before the question.
I'll wait on the motion.
Okay, Senator Bryan, question.
As long as there's going to be continued discussion about this, I wonder if it would be possible to get a map that shows the healthcare industry zones and overlay that with a map that shows the resort areas so we could identify those places which are both healthcare industry zones and resort areas.
Senator,
we'll see if we can do some redistricting for that.
Senator, do you want to make a motion now to recommit?
Yes, sir. My motion would be that we recommit this bill.
Motion is to recommit. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bill's recommitted. Conference report is recommitted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Mr. President, I'd like to suspend the rules and go back to item 77 on today's calendar.
Suspend the rules, go back to item 77. Anyone object?
Hold on.
77, correct?
Yes, sir.
Anyone object? Seeing no objection, go back to item 77. Senator Harkins.
I'd like to go to item 77, House Bill 1190, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1190, alcoholic beverages, provides definition of qualified resort area under the local option alcoholic beverage control law.
Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask you to recognize Senator England to explain the bill.
Senator England, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill that allows for the direct shipment of wine to residents in Mississippi. I was told in law school to start with your best points a lot of times when making an argument, so let me just say that 46 other states do this, and we have the opportunity now to do this in Mississippi. Also, this conference report that I'm going to explain to you briefly momentarily represents an agreement between the folks representing liquor stores and brokers that have been working on this this entire year. Wanted to make sure that was clear for everyone. What this bill does, it allows for a direct shipper, meaning someone who has a permit from our Mississippi Department of Revenue to be a direct shipper. It allows them to ship wine to residents at their residential address in this state for personal consumption only. The individuals are limited to 9 cases per address per year. You cannot ship, under this bill, you cannot ship to a P.O. box or to a locker or to any educational properties. The cases that are delivered must be marked as follows: contains alcohol, signature of person age 21 years or older required for delivery. The direct shipper cannot sell light wine, spirits, or beer, and they cannot sell anything that is sold in the ABC warehouse unless it is a highly allocated wine, and then they can only sell it in that instance after the state's allocation is over. So these are not the types of wines that your liquor stores back home are getting from the ABC. There will be a tax on this of 18%, and 3% of taxes collected through this measure will be dedicated to the Mental Health Fund. Also, we allow for a direct shipper to contract with a wine fulfillment center. The shipper's permit is $100 annually. The fulfillment center's permit is $500 annually. There's a lot of info that's going to be kept and maintained in this bill, so we are, even though we're allowing for something that I guess other states, 46 other states in fact, have done, we're keeping track of it. The Department of Revenue is going to have to provide every 2 years provide a report to the governor and to the legislature that lists things such as revenue, how many cases have been shipped, the types have been shipped, and the number of violations. That is a brief explanation of the bill. I'll say this passed the House 101 to 12 today, so if the Senate joins on with them, we'll be the 47th state to finally allow direct shipment of wine in the state of Mississippi. I'm happy to yield for any questions. If not, my motion is that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator Hill, do you have a question?
I do.
You yield, Senator Hill.
I sure will.
Senator
So
Hill.
you said they have to have a permit from the DOR and renew that annually?
That's correct.
And it can't be a wine that ABC stocks, is that what?
That's correct. Cannot be a wine that is stocked with the ABC unless it's a highly allocated wine, which the ABC gets, but you can only have those directly shipped after that allocation has been expended by the ABC
So
warehouse.
if you went to a winery in another state and you wanted to ship it back here, unless they had the ABC permit and paid ABC the $500 a year, they still couldn't ship it back to your house, correct? Plus ABC would add another tax to it, is that right?
That's right. There is, and let me just explain it so that I can maybe answer your question that way. The person that's shipping it has to have a direct shipper license.
Right.
And yes, the wine that they ship you cannot be wine that's already held in the ABC warehouse or contracted to be in there, unless it's a highly allocated in that allocation.
So when is the extra tax collected? Who collects the extra tax? The Mississippi resident, when they pay it to the winery outside the state, they're going to tack on how much more tax?
It's an 18% tax on these sales, and the collection will be, I believe, at the 20th of each month after the sale. So it will be an immediate collection, and there's a lot of things that look we're allowing for this, but it is still going to be pretty regulated as we're discussing now.
Yeah, I mean, like, why can't somebody that's free just buy it and have it shipped to their house? Why does ABC have to keep track of everything that anybody in this state does?
Well, look, I don't think I disagree with you.
It's just like the registration for vapes. You know, let's just let the law enforcement handle them, get DOR out of the way, get ABC out of the way, and let's just follow the law and let people do. If they want to buy it in another state and ship it, they're going to have to pay shipping. Now they're going to have to pay 18% to DOR, and they're going to have to pay the $500 a year fee. I think that we think this might be progress, but
Well,
I don't know.
Senator Hill, and look, I don't want to say I disagree with you about opening things up and allowing it to happen more often, which we're kind of taking a chip off of the block here and whittling our way towards more freedom when it comes to wine and alcohol sales in Mississippi. Again, this just deals with wine. But what I do want to point out, you keep mentioning a $500 permit. The $500 permit is for the wine fulfillment centers that can be contracted by the direct shippers. The direct shippers only pay $100.
Only $100 a year, and
That's right.
and then the tax is added to the
That's
to the
right.
purchase. Okay.
That's right. At the time.
Well,
of
that's
purchase.
better than 500.
That's right. Okay. Thank you, Senator Hill.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Chazanal, have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to raise a point of order that this violates Joint Rule 25 by adding code sections that are not in the original bill. There are 13 new code sections here.
Hold on, please.
I did not.
I'm not going to get
Senator Chazanal, at 13 new code sections, and your point of order is well taken. Senator Harkins.
I'd like to skip item 91 and 92.
We'll pass and retain items 91 and 92. Go to item 93. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask to go to item 93 and have the title read.
Please read title.
House Bill 1357, Department of Agriculture Revised Authority to spend certain funds.
I move that we adopt the conference report, and I ask that we recognize Senator Delano.
Senator Delano?
Small D, big L.
Senator Delano, you're recognized to explain conference report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, butchering my name for the 5th time today. Mr. President, thank you very much. This deals with 2 properties that the Commissioner of Agriculture is over. It's over the Mississippi Agriculture and Forestry Museum that's located out on Lakeland. It also deals with the Mississippi State Fairgrounds located in Jackson. What this bill does is it clarifies that both properties shall be treated as special funds or budgeted enterprise funds, and that all expenditures shall be subject to appropriations by the legislature. We also authorize the Commissioner to enter into sponsorship opportunities with both the Ag Museum and the State Fairgrounds, and if the sponsorship includes naming rights of a building or other improvements on the property, then the agreement shall be subject to DFA approvals. We've also given the Commissioner the authority to establish a foundation for a nonprofit or a nonprofit corporation to receive and disperse private funds for the purpose of supporting the fairgrounds operations through fundraising efforts. And that's the reason why we're doing this through a foundation or a non-for-profit is so that companies can receive the tax benefit or full tax benefits for making these types of donations. And those would normally be for rather small types of sponsorships for the rodeo or banners and the such. But that's all that the bill does. It does clean up some language that kind of resulted from the abolishment of the Fair Commission from years ago. It cleans it up and makes sure that that it makes it very clear that all funds shall be appropriated by the legislature, and the naming rights would go through, or for buildings would go through DFA. That's an explanation. I'll be glad to yield for any questions.
Senator Hill, do you have a question?
I do.
You yield, Senator Hill.
Sure.
Senator Hill.
The nonprofit that you're talking about, foundation or whatever, does this sweep the sponsorships or donations back into the general fund for reappropriation as the original bill did?
No, it does not.
But, so who actually creates the nonprofit?
The Commissioner would.
Commissioner would create the nonprofit.
Mm-hmm.
And then the sponsorships and the donations would all go through the nonprofit.
Yeah, and again, it's for certain types. It's types that would need to have a tax benefit associated with it, but there are other sponsorships that they've sold for a number of years that would, the smaller banners or maybe awards for different shows that they have, or those types of activities that wouldn't have to go through those or through that fund.
And that's the only change that it makes?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I mean, other than the ones I've already explained, but yes, ma'am.
Okay, are there any other questions?
If there are no other questions, I'll move for adoption of the conference report by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report's been adopted. Senator Hobson, pass and retain 94 and 95 and on down to which item, Senator?
Pass them all.
Pass all the appropriations all the way through whatever the last one is, 102. Okay, so we'll go to 103, which is Fillingain, Senator Fillingain.
104.
He's going to go to the next one, isn't he?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to skip over item 103 and go to item 104.
So we'll pass and retain 103, go to item 104, House Bill number 1004, and that's title will be read.
Yes, sir.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1004, Sex Offender Register, revised definitions for provisions of law that regulate.
Senator Fillingain.
Thank you, Mr. President. The motion is going to be that we do adopt the conference report, and I'm happy to explain.
You're You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. So House Bill 1004 deals with the sex offender registry. As you know, when you're convicted of these particular types of crimes, you are required to register when you know, where you live, and if you move, you have to register. So our Prosecutors Association across the state has come to us this year seeking some clarification, because apparently there are certain instances where people will claim a temporary residence for a period of days, and then they will claim a new residence for a period of days, and they sort of jump back and forth, you know, basically trying to go around and not have to report that they're moving to a new location. So they list one location, but then they just visit lots of other locations, and that's the way they get around us really knowing, and not us, but the Department of Public Safety actually knowing where they're currently living and residing. So in order to tighten up that language, you will see on lines, beginning on line 48, and then throughout these first two sections of the bill, I'll try to point them to you again on line 157, again on lines 219 and 220. And what they're trying to do is to make sure that within a 6-month period, these aggregate number of days, which is 7 days, if you're going to be away from that particular residence for 7 or more days within a 6-month period, then you would have to report that change of address during that period of time, so that you can't just, you know, skirt through the law and not tell us where you're living. It's okay if you visit, obviously, a relative or something, but if you're going to be consecutively for 6 months or more at a different residence for 7 days or more, you have to list those different places that you're going to be residing. So that's an effort to kind of clean up that particular part of the law for our Prosecutors Association at their request. Then on Section 3, our friends in the House have added some language about the Mississippi Organ Recovery Association or group. They wanted to, in that particular section, to let people know who are giving information about organs, if you're receiving an organ or if you're giving an organ, to make sure on lines 385 and 386 and 387 that those identities remain confidential, and that you know, that information is not known to the public. I guess sometimes people don't want that information to be made public if they're giving or receiving an organ. And so that's Section 3. And then on Section 4, our friends in the House also wanted to add some language about what we used to call the RID program, or the Intensive Supervision Program. For a while we had that. Our circuit judges were able to, you know, sentence people to more of a regimented inmate discipline type sentence. That has sort of gone away, but now they're coming back with something similar called the Intensive Supervision Program. And so you'll see on lines 421 and 422 that language being added back for circuit judges may place offenders on a program of earned probation or in an intensive supervision program or an intervention court authorized by law. And you'll see that throughout the rest of this particular section, where you add in the intensive supervision program to make that an option again for our circuit judges in cases where it would be appropriate. Those are the changes made in this conference report. I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Okay, Senator Jordan, you have a question?
Yes, sir, Mr. President, just for clarification.
Do you yield, Senator Jordan?
I do, sure.
How many residents can you have, and how long a resident is established?
How many residents?
Yes.
Can you have?
Yes.
And which section of the bill are you referring to, Senator Jordan?
I really don't. I just say I was just reading it. It says.
I think you're talking about the first couple
Section 4, I believe. I'm under Section 4.
Okay.
I just want to know how many can you establish, and how long can you before it become a resident?
Well, in Section 4, that section is dealing with the intensive supervision program. But if you're talking about Sections 1 and 2, where you're talking about sex offenders having to register, we're not limiting the number of locations that you would live at. what we're trying to correct is if you have listed your, say, 123 Main Street as your location in, Jackson, and then if in a period of 6 months or half a year, if you're going to be at a different location than that 123 Main Street location within a 6-month period, then you would need to also list that other home that you would also be living at during that period of time. Now, if you're going to be there 7 days or fewer than 7 days during that 6-month period, because you're just going to go visit a relative or take a vacation or whatever, we're not trying to restrict movement of anybody.
I understand for the purpose of what they're trying to do. That's why I want to know what established a residence, how many days or how many months.
So within a 6-month period, if this becomes law, if you're going to be at a different location than the one you have listed with the Department of Public Safety for 7 days or more, you would also need to list that alternative location as well. Okay. If you're going to be there fewer than 7 days, that's fine. You just leave the one location and that's it.
When you find a person has multiple locations or many locations and maybe doing something illegal, what's the consequences?
Well, if they're on probation or in supervised release, then they'll be picked up as a violator of that, and they could go back to jail, of course.
Okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Senator Hill, you have a question?
I do have a question.
You yield, Senator
Certainly.
Hill. Senator Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm looking on section 2, starting on lines 429. And it basically allows any type of sentence to be modified or suspended or placed in an intervention court or intensive supervision for any crime that the maximum penalty is not death or life in prison. So those could be some pretty serious crimes to where they could suspend the sentence without them ever serving anything. Correct?
Well, this is, my understanding of this is that in that section, subsection 2, what this is saying, of course, is already current law.
Right.
Any circuit court or county court may, upon its motion, acting upon the advice and consent of the Commissioner of Public Safety, not earlier than 30 days or later than 1 year was the old language. Now we're changing that to 3 years after the defendant has been delivered into custody of the Department of Corrections. Then the incarcerated by order of the court or otherwise sentenced may modify, alter. The suspend part is already there. Mm-hmm. So we're only adding modify or alter and not to suspend. That's already current language. And then you add the option of in an intensive supervision program or any intervention court authorized by law in 433 and 434. So the changes in that section you're looking at the little asterisks on 428, that used to say 1 year.
Yeah.
And so what we're adding is up to 3 years. So that's an expansion of 2 years that they can come in and either modify or alter, or give them the option of doing this sort of the old RID program, or now they're referring to it as an intensive supervision program.
Right. I think the problem that I had with is the old law, and I don't think I voted for that whenever
I'm sure you did not.
And it came to pass when we did this, so I'm not too keen on modifying it anymore. So
I understand.
I appreciate your indulgence.
Yes, ma'am. Great question.
Senator Chisholm, you have a question?
Yes, sir, I have a question.
Yield.
Sure, yes.
Senator Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Fellingain. As you know, before this went to conference, before this bill went to conference, I offered an amendment on the bill.
Yes.
And the amendment contains civil language which was not desirable, so I amended the amendment, had the civil language taken out, and then this body was still advised to vote against my amendment, which stated if you are a registered sex offender, you could not live on the premises of a college, of IHL or your community college, which I thought was a good bill to keep a registered sex offender out of the dorms of your children and your grandchildren.
Right.
But once I amended the amendment, then it was still advised that this body vote against it. So it was voted against, and it was turned down. So then it goes to conference. And once it goes to conference, I'm advised again that they were going to try to put it back in there. Can you tell me why that language was not put back in this bill?
We did have a conversation about that language. In fact, first I think we checked to see if that was already in the code somewhere, to see if it was duplicative or not. My understanding is it's not. That's not anywhere in the current language of the code that I'm aware of. After checking, it was raised with the different conferees, and there was not the support to put it in there, so that's why it's not in.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure everybody knows that amendment was offered, so
Absolutely.
if something comes up, thank you.
You did. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Senator, I see no further questions or motion.
If no further questions, the motion would be to adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Hill. Senator Seymour. Anyone else present? Anyone wish to be voted present? Seeing none, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the conference report has passed. We'll go to the next item, 105. Senator Johnson would pass and retain. 106, Wiggins pass and retain. 107, Senator Turner Ford pass and retain. 108, Senator Boyd pass and retain. Okay. 109, Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up and have the title read.
Please read title.
House Bill 1229, Equal Opportunity for Students with Special Needs Act, to extend repeal or on educational scholarship accounts, ESA.
Senator DeBar.
I ask to be recognized to explain the conference report.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the ESA bill that we passed earlier this session. We recommitted it yesterday to remove some of the MAEP language that was not conforming to the new formula that we have. But I'll go through and explain it one more time. This is mainly addressed to try to correct the wait list that some folks have said that may occur when it comes to the education scholarships accounts. And so what it requires, beginning in line 96, is that a parent or guardian, the student must certify they're accepted into an eligible school to provide the services that would meet the needs of the student's disability or special needs, education needs, and address the IEP of the student. On line 176, the wait list should only include eligible students who have certified to the department that they have been accepted into an eligible school qualified to provide the services. Section 3, line 201, to consider the application must include certification that the student has been accepted into an eligible school. On line 264, every 2 years, PEER will conduct a report into the operations of the ESA schools and the scholarships. We're adding language that schools must report participating students' performance on AP examinations and any examinations related to college or university admission. We are requiring that these schools provide the graduation rates of the students. That on line 336, that a school accepting an ESA must certify that they can provide the services to the student, and if they don't make that certification to the department, then they are ineligible to receive ESA money. That is an explanation of the conference report. I'll be glad to yield for any questions. If there are none, I move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, the senator suggests use of morning roll call final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Simmons, Derek Simmons, Senator Frazier, Senator Thomas, Senator Blackman, Senator Jordan, Senator Brumfield, Senator Jackson, Senator Bryan, Senator Blunt, and Senator Butler, and Senator Barnett. Turner Ford. Senator Teresa Simmons. Senator Simmons, no.
She said present.
Oh, present. Okay, thank you. Okay, see any others? Seeing no others, let's see. Senator Ladner.
Pair.
You're recognized for a pair.
I vote yes. If Senator Norwood was here, he'd vote no.
Thank you, Senator. Anyone else? Seeing no others, use of morning roll call has been adopted, and the bill is passed. Oh, you have, Senator?
I want to recognize one. Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted, this concludes the agenda for the Education Committee. That is the last bill. I just want to thank our LSO attorney, Sam Martin, Max Siege, and LBO for helping us come up with that formula. Leah Smith, the policy advisor, helped work on the formula as well, all the education bills. The Education Committee did a heavy lift this session between the formula and all the legislation we passed. And so I want to thank the Senate for supporting that. And that concludes the Education Committee's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Great job. And that conference report has passed. All right, we'll go to item 110, pass and retain. Senator Filligan. Go to item 111, Senator Michelle. Pass and retain. 112, Senator Whaley. Pass and retain. 113, Senator Filligan. Senator Filligan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's go to item 113, called up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1323, Statute of Limitations increased for sexual battery of a vulnerable person.
The motion is that we do adopt the conference report, and if you'll recognize Senator Sparks to explain.
Senator Sparks, you recognize to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This deals with two crimes. One is the felonious abuse of a vulnerable person, is described in 434718. This is where someone sexually batters or fondles a vulnerable person, particularly when that person is in a position of trust or authority as a care worker and several other categories, or an employee. So both of a facility, a volunteer contractor work for a healthcare facility. So this is to protect the most vulnerable among us. The second thing is that it would exempt from the statute of limitations the prosecution of that crime, as well as the crime that you are later identified through DNA testing of sexual battery if the assailant was unknown at the time of the battery. Those are the two things that it does, puts those in a no statute of limitations to prosecute. That is an explanation of the conference report, and I would yield to any questions, Mr. President.
See no questions, Senator.
I'd move for adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
The Senator suggests use the morning roll call, final passage. Any senator to object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report's adopted. Thank you, Senator. 114, Filligan will pass. 115, Senator Wiggins, pass. We'll go to item 116, Senator Bryan, pass. 117, Senator Bryan, also pass. 118, Senator Blackwell.
Ask go to item number 118, House Bill 1725, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1725, Medicaid, seek federal waiver for plans to allow Medicaid coverage for persons described in the Federal Affordable Care Act.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to recommit.
Motion is recommit. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Bill conference report has been recommitted. We'll go to item 119. Senator Filligan.
Yes, sir. I'd like to go to item 119, call it up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2022, Juvenile Offenders, provide alternative sentencing and parole options.
Senator Filligan.
The motion is that we do adopt the conference report, and if you'll recognize Senator Wiggins to explain the report.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. So the conference report before you is what we passed in the Senate with one change, and I'll remind you that this is what we've called as the Miller Bill, the one dealing with where the U.S. Supreme Court ruled without parole and death of juveniles unconstitutional. And the change that was agreed to and got us here, and I'll explain it this way, was that on Miller cases, on those that still need to be sentenced, the judge will sentence them. Okay. On those that are convicted, as the conference report says, after July 1st, 2024, then they may be sentenced to life imprisonment if fixed by the jury. If the jury fails to fix the penalty at life, then the court shall fix the penalty at between 20 and 40 years. So that applies to juvenile offenders who are having to be resentenced under what is called the Miller decision. And this change and compromise actually satisfies both the prosecutor's bar and the defense bar, and will allow the judges and actually all the interested parties to go forward having a statutory structure that they can go by. And so with that, Mr. President, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Senator Simmons, do you have a question?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield?
Yes.
You recognize Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman Wiggins, for all your hard work on this bill. And I think you just explained it in the explanation of the conference report. When the bill left the Senate, it had judges in the bill, but now the House, or this conference report, does in fact have juries in the bill that will consider juveniles.
For those convicted after July 1st of 2024, and I wanted to also say that what is important to know is that after the Miller decisions, there is a finite amount of individuals in MDOC who were subject to the Miller and had to be resentenced. And so at a certain point, there's no longer going to be those because they will have been back and resentenced. And so those are for the one, and that's the ones that are the judge going forward. So that's why the legislation says July 1st, after that date, that it will be jury first. If the jury can't decide, then the judge, which I will note I think it's in statutes like kidnapping, we have that is already in our code.
And the only concern, I really appreciate all the work you've done. When the bill left the Senate, Mr. Chairman, the retroactivity language was in the bill, but now it's not. That language has been removed.
That's correct. This is going forward.
And so do we know the impact of removing that language? How many juveniles that have been sentenced that the Miller decision want us to resentence, and even Mississippi Supreme Court decisions say that we should resentence based upon the Miller decision, that would be impacted by us removing the retroactivity language?
I don't have a specific number, if that's your question.
Okay.
But I know that it's a finite number. Of that finite number, some have already been resentenced, and so that number is lessening as time goes on.
And going forward, juveniles will have the benefit, if this conference report becomes law, to be considered for sentencing by juries. But
I'm sorry, I can't.
I say going forward, those juveniles that will, based off this conference report, will be considered by juries as it relates to their sentencing. But there are some that will have to be determined by judges and not juries because of the language we removed as it relates to retroactivity.
Yeah, but
I just want to make sure.
But Senator Simmons, this has been our prosecutors, our defense bar, we've been trying to get here for at least 6 years. And I will say that this compromise was reached. We're at the finish line on this, and we can bring structure to this. So, appreciate compromise being handled.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, the senator suggested use of order roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Simmons, Senator Turner forward. Senator Frazier. Anyone else present? Anyone present? Senator Hickman present. Anyone else? Please record all others voting aye. And the conference report has passed. Sorry, Senator Wiggins. Item 120.
Yeah, Mr. President, go to item 120, call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 2130, homeowners insurance, prohibit insurer from refusing to issue or to renew policy solely based on roof's age.
Senator Wiggins.
Mr. President, my motion would be that we adopt the conference report, and I ask that you allow Senator McCon to explain the conference report.
Senator McCon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The language that originally left our chamber has been pretty much stripped aside. The bill, as it reads in the conference report, as it has, it basically says that if an insurer has issued to an insured a policy that provides coverage or a binder that binds coverage on a residential structure, they cannot cancel it just based upon the sole age of the roof. They can go do an inspection, they can say that there's hail damage, they can say anything else, and they can cancel or not issue a policy, but they can't do it just because the roof was 5 or 10 years old. And that's the explanation of the entire conference report. I would entertain questions.
Are there any questions? Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator McCon, this uses the term cannot cancel coverage. Say you're 9 months into a policy, I understand you can't cancel it. What about when the renewal time comes? What happens then?
As long as it's not based upon the sole, just upon the age of the roof, no cancellation for that purpose. Now, they can cancel it for non-payment of premiums. They can cancel it for, the pool changing or whatever it may be, or going up on insurance. All that's still there, and all the original, all the other stuff that any insurance company would have would be available. But we're just saying that you can't do it just because of the age of the roof.
Okay, if the insurance company sends you a notice 90 days before the policy's coming up for renewal and says we are not renewing your insurance policy, where would we stand on that? Is that acceptable? Do they have to give a reason?
As long as it's not because of the age of the roof.
Well, what if they don't say any reason? Can the insurance company still choose to not give a reason of not wanting to renew the policy? They just say we're not renewing it, period?
Now, this doesn't say that as far as the renewal. I mean, as far as renewal, they may or may not, but the denial of coverage based upon the age of the roof, I think they still have every right not to write you the next year if they so desire not to. But as far as this goes, the problem comes in whenever someone goes and buys a house. In some areas, they don't actually go and do the full inspection prior to a closing. And when an individual has a closing that happens and they end up with that policy, or that binder issues that policy, they still have 90 days to go and inspect that property pursuant to law. If I remember correctly, it's in law that they have 90 days to go inspect that, and they still have the right to cancel for any other purpose during that time period. But what's happening on some areas is they're going in there and saying, well, your roof is 15 years old, even though it's a 30-year roof, and we're not going to issue that policy, or we're going to cancel it this time. And that's leaving individuals who may or may not be a first-time home buyer who don't have that extra $8,000 like one of our own attorneys had to come up with to replace a roof because it was older than 10 years old.
So it's your understanding this applies only to a binder for coverage, not after coverage is in place?
After it's in place, as long as it's not the age of the roof at that point, there's no problem.
They could make up any reason still. If everybody started calling and said, I got a 25-year-old roof, if I get hail damage, I'm going to want a brand new roof, and the company says, my gosh, in Mississippi, that's not a real good environment. We want to leave Mississippi. All they would have to do is make up any kind of reason then of why they're not denying the coverage?
Well, Mr. Chairman, in all fairness, you gave the exact explanation of this. 25-year-old roof with hail damage. If you've got hail damage, you don't have to write that policy.
No, I said if they're
No,
scared
sir, you
they're
said
gonna
hail
have
damage.
Okay, excuse me. If they have a 25-year-old roof and they're concerned that if they have a hailstorm, they get a brand new roof from a 25-year-old, that's a pretty good deal for the consumer. But the insurance company says we don't want to write business in Mississippi anymore. Would they accept just simply saying we're not going to renew your policy and not have to say anything more? Because I could see an attorney getting a hold of this easily and say, oh, you've got a 14-year-old roof. That's why they're denying your coverage.
Well, I can see an insurance company turning that around as well. And that's what's happening here is we're doing this where I still believe they have the right to non-renew. I do. And I don't think this changes that. I think it still has the right for those 90 days to do the full inspection on the property. And that's something that's already in the code, from my understanding, that they still have the right to go in there and inspect that property over those 90 days, and they can terminate. All we're saying is if you come in there and say, well, your roof's 10 years old, which reality is, how are you going to determine that unless you actually have their receipts in place for the time from that?
Okay. You're a good attorney. I know we would do the right thing in this instance.
Well, I hope there's a lot of people do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your questions. If there's no other questions, I would suggest use the morning roll call for adoption of the conference report.
Seeing no other questions, Senator suggest use the morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator McClendon. Anyone else? Present. Seeing please record all others present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill conference report has passed. We'll go to item 121. Item 120, Senator Wiggins.
Mr. President, I'd like to unanimous consent to suspend the rules, go back to item 115, House Bill number 1542, call that up, ask the title be read.
Senator asks to suspend the rules. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator, 115.
And my motion is that we adopt the conference report and be allowed to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is, remind you that this is the bill that Ms. Studdard came to the Judiciary Aid Committee, where she came and gave a passionate presentation about she had IVF and had been trying to get benefits for her daughter. We passed it out of the Senate. We had some questions. I'm sorry, it came to us. The Senate addressed the language in terms of time period, and the House has gone with that language in terms of intestate succession. And so just to state what that is where you inherit absent a will, and this is addressing this for I guess children of IVF and for those parents who've used IVF, and so that they will be able to inherit from their parents. And let me say this, it's a legal distinction. They can legally. A big part of this issue is because for whatever reason in the federal government, they do not recognize that for Social Security benefits. And so by doing this, we are able to get those Social Security benefits for parents, for the children, I guess, of those parents. And I want to state something as well, because I got a lot of questions. When we first filed this conference report, both with the House and the Senate agreement, we agreed to protect and address IVF. When we did this bill on the floor the first time, Senator Fillingane, I think Senator Sparks, had questions, and we said we were going to do that. We worked on language. We had multiple people who worked on that language, and that was the conference report that got put first. So when it was filed, unfortunately, there were a number of members in the House who chose to make an issue of it and thus kill the bill. And so the decision was made between myself and the chairman in the House to recommit the bill and go with what you have before you. And we also discussed with the stakeholders and the House chairman that we will work on this issue at summer, and so that we can get something that is a good piece of legislation that will protect IVF, and we won't be in a situation like we had in Alabama. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing no question, motion, Senator.
Yes, I yield.
Oh, I didn't see you. It just lit up. I'm sorry. Well, first, go ahead, Senator Hobson, then Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to find out, I didn't quite understand where we are in the conference report as it relates to the original bill that was filed. We did have a lot of discussion in committee on this and on the floor, and it sounds as though this is something that is putting a law in place, but it's not dealing with the time limits on the intestate succession that we discussed. Can you give us, I hate to ask you to give a simple explanation again, but I didn't follow what changed from the original bill and what this actually does.
So yes, we had discussions over the time limit, and that was about the estates and how that would work out. And if you just to kind of highlight some things on line 34, who lives at least 120 hours after birth. And then if you look at line 79, if an individual is deemed to be living at the time of the death, the court shall distribute the set-aside portion of the personal estate according to Section 5 of this. And I want to note this, at line 88, we put in there that it's the intent of the legislature that an individual deemed to be living at the time of the death under subsection 3 shall be eligible for the federal benefits. And we also in there you had I think it may have been you, Mr. Chairman, but we had chattels or personal estate, and we made that change as well.
Okay, so the major change here is that it references the federal benefits, correct?
Correct.
It doesn't do anything with the time limits that raise concerns in committee I know for sure about keeping estates open. It doesn't keep estates open.
There is no specific language about how long that was to be the case, unless counsel is telling me something. He's pointing me to there is not a specific time period that you're talking about, but starting at line 68, set aside the child's part of the property, and then just go ahead and distribute the remainder of the decedent's estate, except for the set aside child's part of the decedent's personal property or the value thereof. And enter in line 76, enter an order closing the estate for all purposes except the distribution of the set-aside part. So I think that's compromise language. There is not a set time, and part of the discussions as you were raising was how long is this going to go on, and in the report that we're hoping that will satisfy what we're trying to do.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hill. Excuse me. Senator Hill, you have a question?
I do.
You yield, Senator Hill.
Yes.
So what this conference report does is where it used to say within 36 months and then born by 45 months, this just gives an infinite time frame and sets aside a child's portion on intestate succession of an in vitro.
I guess I'm not sure your question on the time frame, but what it does is it does set aside a child's portion on that, yes.
But how long is that child's portion set aside? I mean, if that child is never born, because it doesn't talk about them being born. in there anymore that I can find.
Well, I mean, those were some of the discussions, and like I was answering Senator Hobson, the estate gets closed, and I get to do that. But to be honest with you, Senator Hill, we were trying to address some of that with the language, but there were select members of the House who went overboard, in my opinion, of reading that, and we didn't want to kill this bill because Ms. Studdard. I mean, we wanted to get this and for all the other parents in this state like that. So we were trying to do that. Unfortunately, there were some members over there that didn't see it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Turner Ford, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Did you yield, Senator Turner?
I do.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does anything in this conference report touch and concern the legitimacy of the child?
Well, if I understand your question, legally, a child can already inherit from their parents if they're born by IVF. And so that's the case. What this bill is doing is making it clear and then saying that they are eligible for these Social Security benefits. But it is not changing the eligibility to be inherited and all that. Does that answer your question?
Kind of.
Sort of.
But so I guess there are statutes that determine who heirs are based on intestate succession, which is where there is no will, which could be the case here. The parent is deceased, is what I understood the situation to be with the person that testified before the committee. And so they went to use the genetic material for IVF after the parent was deceased. Is that child considered to be legitimate or illegitimate?
Okay, if I understand your question, that was what happened with Ms. Studdard's case. That they used IVF. I think it was her husband who passed away. Child was born. Then under that scenario, under straight intestate succession, the child, because they're biological of the parents, is entitled to inherit. Unfortunately, they couldn't get death benefits from Social Security. So that's why we've done this and made sure, as it's interpreted, that can be done and that the child can inherit, yes.
So we're creating a new code section instead of amending the code section that you just referenced?
No, I don't think we're creating a new code section.
And so we're adding this to what section of the code? What is the title?
You mean to the inheritance? I guess it's the will and testates part of the code.
Well, I think 91.115 or 5 is illegitimate children, and it has time parameters in it. So I'm trying to figure out which.
I would defer to counsel on that, on which code section.
Because I think that code section actually says that a person who is an heir under that code section is not precluded from applying to the Social Security Administration for benefits. And so I'm just, this is all very confusing to me, obviously.
And I think you're getting at what that, that's why we had a long discussion in committee, because it can be, but also to your point, the child can inherit. I mean, that they're a biological child of the parent, and so legally they can do that. But as Ms. Studdard testified to, it was collecting the death benefits, and the federal agency that interprets these things said that the state law is dependent upon state law, and that's how you have to do it. So basically, and I'm paraphrasing, that a child born of IVF the state law has to say that they're entitled to these benefits or that they can inherit, and that's what we've done.
And is there anything that would preclude a female or a male from remarrying and still using this material and have that child being determined an heir of the deceased person?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see, Senator Branning, do you have a question?
Yes, sir.
Do you yield, Senator Branning?
I do.
Senator Branning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding. Just a couple of questions to clarify. I want to make sure this does not affect real property. Is that correct? Is this just for the personal estate?
Correct.
And then if there is a situation where multiple children may be born from the genetic material, how does that affect the child share? If there are multiple children, would they share one child share?
Yeah, that's what. Right. Okay. Thank you. So to answer your question, looking at line 58, an individual deemed to be living at the time of the decedent's death shall be entitled to a child's part of the decedent's personal property or the value thereof. If more than one individual is deemed to be living at the time, each individual shall be entitled to an equal share of a child's part of the decedent's personal property or equivalent.
Thank you.
Senator Polk, do you have a question?
Yes, sir.
You yield, Senator Polk, for a question.
I do.
Senator Polk, recognized.
Thank you. I am so glad to hear all these attorneys so confused because I am very confused.
That makes your heart warm, doesn't it?
It makes my heart warm. You know, you're alive when you're dead, but you're dead when you're alive. Well, let me just give you an example and tell me how it would work out. I have done what I need to as a male to have.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said I have done what I needed to do as a male to be able to do IVF. My wife, I die. A year later, my wife decides she wants to have my child. So she does. So then that child can get Social Security benefits at that time. Is that correct?
Under your scenario, okay, hold on, give me one second. Okay, so legally speaking, as this is, yes, counsel was mentioning probate. So in order to inherit, you have to go through the whole probate process, and so that's there. But subject to the probate process, to answer your question, yes.
Okay. But if I did not do what was necessary to complete IVF, then my wife would have no claim because she'd have no child. So she's out there, and there's no issue. Is that correct?
As I understand your scenario, yes.
So there's an advantage to doing it, that what this law says do, because then we could have children getting government benefits, but their dad had been dead a year or two earlier, and it's the mom's only decision of whether to have a child or not.
Well, I think I see where you're going with that. I'll put it this way, that death benefits, Social Security benefits, they're given under, I guess, extreme or certain circumstances, okay, even when IVF is not an issue, okay? And to put it another way, if Ms. Studdard's child was not a result of IVF, I think she would have, in the circumstances that they had, would have been able to get death benefits. And so the federal law that governs that, I guess, in a way has not kept up with technology, and that's why we're having to do this bill.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Bryan, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator
yield,
Bryan?
yes.
Senator Bryan.
Is this based on the law in any other particular state?
Yes, there's, and I'm sorry, I don't have my notes, but there are other states that have done this, and the federal agency says that in order to grant these benefits, it has to be according to state law. And in those states that have done it, then they've allowed that to happen.
Well, this is a lot to think through late on whatever afternoon this is. But I can sure think of an endless series of scenarios and questions, including people who've written wills that just make reference to children but don't take into account children born through artificial insemination. And so if other states have had this on the books, I just wondered what real-world consequences came about in those other states. And I also wonder what effect it had on the overwhelming majority of cases where this is not an issue. Are we suddenly going to complicate the administration of thousands and thousands and thousands of cases where the individuals involved just want to get this legal stuff over with so they can go about their lives in order to chase down this one unusual situation? And the reason I ask that is, if this has been on the books in some other states, we ought to know what the real world experience is in those states. So do we know that? And do we know how things work in other states?
Conceptually, we know it, and it has not been, once the state has a law like this, then it's been fine. And those benefits have been granted. If you're asking that's why I was saying, now, if you're talking about the expanded view, which was what happened in Alabama, we were trying to, quote, get all this done at one time, but certain members over in the House decided they didn't want that to happen, so we're back to the benefits that we're talking about in this.
Okay. Senator Fillingane, do you have a question?
I do.
Do you yield? Senator Fillingane? Senator
Yes,
Wheaton?
I yield.
Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know you've worked really hard on this, and it's very complicated, so thank you for what you're doing. I think some of the concerns raised by members, and these are ones that we took into consideration, maybe are addressed on lines 38 and 39. There's a trigger in this law, correct? So my understanding is unless the party notifies the court and the decedent's representative not later than 6 months after the decedent's death, they have to send a notice to the court and to the representative. Only in those instances do the rules of inheritance change. So if you know that you're engaging in in vitro fertilization and having a child through this means, and you want to protect their inheritance rights, is it not true that all you have to do at that point is to send a notice to the court, which would be the probate court, chancery court, as well as to the personal representative involved in this, and then these new changes kick into effect?
Correct, and thank you for bringing that up, because if you look at line 52, it talks about a rebuttable presumption that where the decedent did not consent to the use of the decedent's genetic material. And so a rebuttal for those non-lawyers, Senator Polk, a rebuttable presumption is it's presumed that way, and then in court you can rebut that with proof and evidence.
So if the court doesn't receive said notice, nothing changes. They don't have to wait around, hold up anyone's inheritance cases. It's only in these trigger instances where you have the written notice sent to the court and to the decedent's representative of their intent to have a child this way that this law would even go into effect.
That's correct, and that's what Ethan was talking about, the probate process. The whole probate process is there to establish the heirs of a decedent, and through that process, once it goes and it's all legal, then it closes off the heirs.
And then there's a further restriction on lines 42 through 45, so that even if you've sent the 6-month notice in, that child must be in utero not later than 3 years after the decedent's death, and that individual must be born no later than 45 months after the decedent's death. So that's a further clarification. So you have to send the 6-month notice if you intend to do that. And if you do that, then you have to have that child no later than 3 years after the decedent's death. So even in these very limited instances, it's further limited. You can't just wait for 10 years or 20 years later to have this child. You have to do it within 3 years of the decedent's death if you intend for that child share to be protected.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you.
Senator Seymour, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield Senator Seymour for a question? Senator Seymour.
Mr. Chairman, on them same lines, 52 through 57, the rebuttal, I'm a little confused with this. If a man or a woman, whoever the deceased is, and they have not filed a writ with the court of what to do with their genetic material, and they're in the situation of either being legally separated or divorced, is this stating that the courts will make a ruling as far as the genetic material if the living ex petitions it?
I don't know that I'm understanding your question. If
I would assume that a spouse that they've separated on their way.
You're talking about if a couple is separated.
Correct.
Okay. And they don't consent to the use of the genetic material, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, it would be filed with the court, and that, like we're referencing 52, in line 52, there shall be a rebuttable presumption that the decedent did not consent to the use. So in other words, the default position is it was not consented to. Okay, and then the rebuttable presumption is you prove it in court that they did consent to it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Senator Sparks, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Sparks.
I do.
Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on what Senator Fillingame had asked and then what you followed up with there, it appears there has to be a written contract really with the male party that they consent to using the DNA after death. That's kind of step one.
Yeah, you said contract. I mean that would definitely be the best
in writing.
Yeah, right.
So, all right, so that happens, then you have to give notice within 6 months of death to the representative. I assume you mean an administrator or an administratrix, because you actually have to open an estate.
Correct.
Okay.
Because that's the person who administers and probates the estate. It can be a family member, or it can be an objective person, somebody appointed by the court.
Whoever the court appoints. If no child, and you've set aside a share because you had the written agreement on the front end, you had the notice in proper time, there's an effort to have the child, you're going to set aside a child share of only personal property.
Yes.
All right. What happens if there's no child? Do you have to reopen the estate to distribute back to the surviving spouse and any other children? Or could you just put it in your order, if there is no child, such funds shall be held in trust and distributed?
I was going to say, I didn't know, but your point about the order is what was highlighting earlier, that you can, I guess I would consider it a provisional order. You do an order closing the estate, but the judge can put that in the order, yes.
Okay, and then the last thing would be if it's a testate estate, because part of the commentary about this entire bill has not been personal property, it's been Social Security benefits. So if someone had a testate estate and had an IVF child later, would that child be eligible for Social Security benefits?
When you say testate?
Yes.
Which means a will?
Yes.
Okay, let me clarify. So when the bill came over to us from the House, okay, curiously, there was no mention of the benefits. Like this, they didn't know it. When we got into committee and had Ms. Studdard come, her presentation testimony was, and when I met with her individually, was it's about getting benefits. So I will say from the start, when this bill came from the House, the discussion or the dialogue has been outside of what the actual language has been said in the bill. Okay, and so to your point about personal property, that's it. And then the Senate, the language I mentioned, it's the intent of the legislature about the benefits. We put that in there because we want to make sure that somebody like her can be entitled to that.
But in a test state estate where an IVF child comes after any period of time, because it doesn't address it, based on what we've said, would they qualify for Social Security benefits?
Test state. So
yes.
I don't know because I don't do Social Security law. But if your test state means there's a will, you can leave anybody, unrelated to you in the will. And so the answer would be yes, that you can do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Williams, you have a question?
Question, Mr. President, yes.
You yield, Senator Williams. Senator Williams.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to echo the amount of work you put in this and the complexity of it. As we worked on other legislation, I can definitely appreciate that, and thank you for your perseverance on this. A lot of us in here got some emails that were very concerned about, and again, as a non-lawyer, I'm going to ask a question fairly simplistically, I think, about the disposition of eggs, selling or destroying. Does this bill in any way open the door for that or adversely affect the sanctity of life?
No, because that's what I was talking. Well, first, that's what I was talking about. We recommitted this bill.
Yes.
We were trying, and we will be trying to protect life, but also to not have the situation that you have in Alabama. And as we can tell from this debate, there's a lot of confusion surrounding this topic, and so I think that was part and parcel of everything that was being sent out there. And so that's why the chairman and I said we're going to recommit the bill and just go with the intestate succession part of this. So there's nothing in the bill that is negative towards that I think they were talking about because we've taken it out.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you again.
Senator Bryan, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Bryan?
I do.
Senator Bryan, you recognize.
I'm concerned about the estates that I get, which is someone who's just very anxious to get through this legal process to pass whatever goods are left to the spouse and children. All they want to do. And none of these questions are involved in it. Once upon a time, basically, you would run a notice to creditors. When the 90 days was up, you'd close the estate. Then the Supreme Court had a ruling involving children who were not known at the time of death, whereupon it got to be standard that you also had to publish for heirs, go through that process, which created, was a practical matter, an additional delay. My question is, this seems to set yet another deadline of 6 months after death. I have lots of estates that are wound up before 6 months after death. And if we're going to give someone this period of time to file a notice with the court, why wouldn't we just say it has to be filed no later than 6 months after death, or at the time for filing a claim against the estate, whichever's earlier, so that at least we don't have all these estates for where this is not an issue, frozen, no pun intended, for 6 months to let the clock run on the time for someone to file such an affidavit?
I think that's the language I read about the court can enter its order. That's why the court can do that. The intent is not, let me put it this way, if IVF, and I'm going to back up, probably 90% of the estates are not going to involve IVF. And so I don't see this affecting that in any way. It's only in the cases that you have this as an issue.
But you have 6 months to find out whether it is an issue.
Yes, I know. Well, you have 90 days. I get this. You want to try to get estates moving and all that stuff.
Well, it just seems to me that the deadline that cuts off claims against the estate is 90 days after the first time the notice to creditors is filed.
Right.
That's a deadline that exists in every estate. It seems to me that there's something to be said for tying this into that deadline so that you don't have the deadline of when the 90 days expires plus an additional deadline for 6 months. And if you're dealing with unknowns, I think we've got another delay, an unintended delay on all manner of estates for which this is not an issue.
I wanted to go back to what Senator Fillingane said, which was the notice. So there's a proactive notice that has to be filed, and you know, Senator Bryan, when you're dealing with estates, it's all about notice. So if you open an estate and you're a creditor, say, I don't know, a car company, and you're owed money, it's your duty to file that claim in the estate, or else it's barred after the closing of the estate. And so there's an affirmative duty is my answer on that.
Well, I understand that, but you have to file your claim 90 days after the first date the notice was run, but that can be over and done with well in advance of 6 months. So you've got a period of time, you've got a deadline in every estate. 90 days after filing the notice to creditors cuts off the claim of creditors. Why wouldn't we simply have the same deadline for this notice to the court instead of setting up another deadline 6 months later?
Understood.
Senator Barrett, do you have a question?
I do.
Do you yield to Senator Barrett?
I do.
Senator Wiggins. Senator Barrett, you recognize.
Mr. Chairman, the current law as it relates to paternity and Social Security already provides that paternity solely for the purpose of illegitimate receiving Social Security benefits on behalf of an illegitimate natural father after 1 year of that natural father's death. But what we're doing this for is to comply with federal courts. Is that correct?
Yes, because the Social Security Administration or whoever administers that, yes.
So I know
go ahead, sorry.
I think this young lady that we're describing, and in other cases in my district, I'm aware of local judge getting a paternity established, that person taking that to the Social Security office, and then even with a Chancery Court order based upon paternity, the benefits were denied. And and this would clear that up, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe that would be all the questions at this time. A motion.
My motion would be that we adopt the conference report on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Senator Branning and Senator Polk voting present. Senator Barnett, Senator Berry, Senator Frazier, Senator Suver, Senator Hill, Senator Tate, Senator Ladner, Senator Brumfield. All of these are present. Senator Sparks, Senator Parker, Senator McMahon, Senator Michelle, and Senator England, Senator Parks, and Senator Whaley. All those. Barrett? Yeah. And Senator McClendon, Senator Jackson, and Senator DeBar. Senator, hold on, I'm letting them catch up with me here. Senator Seymour, Senator Bryan, Senator Chisholm, Senator Hobson, Senator Blunt, Senator Turner Ford, anyone else present? Mr. Clerk, would you read off those voting no and those voting present, please?
Voting present: Barnett, Barrett, Blunt, Branning, Brumfield, Bryan, Chisholm, DeBar, England, Frazier, Hill, Hobson, Jackson, Latner, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Spark, Suber, Tate, Turner Ford, and Whaley. Okay, Amanda.
Being no vote, Senator Finnegan, is it to the vote?
To the vote, yes, sir.
You recognize?
I vote aye.
Senator Finnegan, aye. Senator Polk, is yours to the vote or
It is to the vote.
Senator Polk, you're recognized.
I voted present. I want to change that to no.
Okay. Anyone else before we announce the vote? With one vote no, all the others aye, except for several presents. I believe that's correct. It has passed.
Okay.
So, at this time, if you don't mind, we need to ask Senator Parks, I think, needs to bring up something.
Yeah, Mr. President, I just wanted to address that. Concludes the work of the Judiciary Aid Committee this session. I just wanted to say thank you to the committee. I think we've done a lot, and I particularly want to say, if you don't know Pat and what Ethan does, please do, because we couldn't do this without them. And I thank you, and I look forward to another great 3 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
And Brittany Davis, y'all.
Very good job, all of you. Senator Parks, you wish to bring up something now?
I did an announcement. Local and privates will meet in 210, immediately at recess.
Okay, any, hold on a second. Okay. Senator Simmons?
Mr. President, I move that we recess subject to call of the chair.
Motion is that we recess subject to call of the chair. Senator Barnett, did you have something before that, before we vote on that? No? In that case, we're going to recess, and my understanding the recess will be about 30 minutes. Give everyone time to refresh. So all in favor, say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
1, England. Pass and retain. Senator Thompson, 122. One moment, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to item number 122, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2648, Mississippi Department of Marine Resources authorize oyster lease reconfiguration and make technical amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to be recognized to explain the conference report.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the oyster bottom lease bill that we passed out of here earlier this session. The bill went to conference and we added some language beginning at lines 127 and on over through line 141. The purpose of that additional language there was to set forth some objective criteria for the department to consider for lease applicants, so that the criteria that the applicants have to meet are the same for all lease applications. That's a brief explanation of the conference report. And if there aren't any questions, I do have a couple of technical changes that we have to make.
Questions? Seeing none. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. We do have a couple of technical changes. I believe the clerk has them on your screen. These are technical changes to, number one, change the effective date from July 1, 2024 to upon passage, and to add conforming language with House Bill number 1007 that was passed this session and approved by the governor. That's a brief explanation. If there are none, I ask for adoption of I ask unanimous consent to make the technical changes described.
Senator Berry? I'm sorry, Delano?
A question.
You have a question, Senator?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Gentlemen, on our board up here, we have some handwritten notes. Could you explain these handwritten notes that are on the board? And you do know that you're in the Senate, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Could you give us an explanation of the handwritten notes there?
To avoid confusion, to number one, clarify that these are the Senate changes, and then just a few notes for myself there at the bottom of the page.
Do you know what the next motion is going to be? Okay. Well, I'll help you through it. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? First, adopt the changes. First, the Senator.
Move to adopt the technical changes.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Move to adopt the conference report on the morning roll call.
Questions on? Seeing none. Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Pass. Thank you, Senator.
Mr. President, I ask to suspend the rules and for immediate release of Senate Bill 2648.
Seeing no objection, granted for immediate release on 2648, Mr. Clerk. Next, Senator Blackwell. We covered his. Senator Bryan. 124, Senate.
I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2873, medical records retention requirements provide for.
I move we adopt the conference report. I'd like to speak to that.
You're recognized to explain the conference report, Senator.
This is a simple bill which sets forth what times and how long hospitals and other people have to retain medical records. It's non-controversial. The House added an amendment, and if you read your conference report, it simply says the House recedes from its amendment, which is always a good conference report. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, thank you, Senator Bryan. Bill passes. By use of the morning roll call. Senator Bryan, we go to General.
Mr. President, unless someone in the Senate objects, I would ask that we suspend the rules to take up all the nominations on the general calendar in a block.
If you could wait till I call the vote, please, Senate. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Unanimous. Thank you, Senator Bryan. Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
Senate nomination number 65, Billy Vaughn, B.O. Mayfield, Brandon, Mississippi. Board of Directors of Mississippi Industries for the Blind, 4-year term effective July 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2028. Representing an educator with expertise in rehabilitation or the field of blindness. Senate nomination number 66, Sandra K. Smith Hall, Hazelhurst, Mississippi, Board of Directors of Mississippi Industries for the Blind, 4-year term beginning July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2027. Senate nomination number 69, Anthony Chester White, Brandon, Mississippi, Mississippi State Board of Massage Therapy as a consumer at large, 4-year term effective July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2027. Senate nomination number 90, Kenya Gatlin Gray, LCSW, Meridian, Mississippi Board of Examiners for Social Workers and Marriage and Family Therapists as a licensed social worker. Remainder of a 4-year term beginning upon Senate confirmation and ending June 30th, 2026. Senate nomination number 20, Gene B. Benny Hubbard, Jr., Oxford, Mississippi State Board of Health as an individual with an interest in public health, 6-year term effective July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2029, Vice Tim Timms. Senate nomination number 95, Stephen W. Joe, DMD, Olive Branch, Mississippi, Mississippi State Board of Dental Examiners to represent the 2nd Dental District, 6-year term effective March 26, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2029. Vice Dr. Robert Smith, Jr. Senate nomination number 12, Wade Coleman Bishop, DMD, Gulfport, Mississippi, Mississippi State Board of Dental Examiners to represent Dental District 5, the remainder of 6-year term effective August 17, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2027. Vice Jeff Michael Zimmerman, DDS. Senate nomination number 13, John Ballou Carlton, DMD, Natchez, Mississippi, Mississippi State Board of Dental Examiners to represent Dental District 6, 6-year term beginning March 10th, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2028. Vice Dr. Toby Moore. Senate nomination number 57, Alvino Nelson Castillo, Madison, Mississippi, Mississippi Board of Nursing as a consumer representative, 4-year term beginning January 17, 2024 and ending June 30, 2027. Vice Jan Collins. Senate nomination number 25, Shaterica Janelle Moody, Gulfport, Mississippi, Mississippi Board of Nursing as a registered nurse in clinical practice, 4-year term effective August 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2027. Vice Laura K. Moore. Senate nomination number 26, Dr. Mary Westerfall Stewart, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, Mississippi Board of Nursing as a nurse educator, 4-year term effective July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2027. Senate nomination number 27, Dr. Anna Taylor Middleton, Kosciusko, Mississippi, Mississippi State Board of Optometry, 5-year term effective July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2028, representing the 2nd Congressional District as it existed on January 1st, 1980, Vice Suzanne S. Cunningham. Senate nomination number 30, Michael Jean Mike Gilbo, Indianola, Mississippi, Board of Pharmacy, 5-year term effective July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2028, representing pharmacist retail at large, Vice Guy Phillips. Senate nomination number 31, David Charles Hudson, Kosciusko, Mississippi, Board of Pharmacy, 5-year term effective July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2028, representing the 2nd Congressional District as it existed on July 1st, 2001, Vice Todd Barrett. Senate nomination number 48, Dr. John Daniel Davis, 4th, Flowood, Mississippi, State Board of Health as a licensed physician, 6-year term effective July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2029. Senate nomination number 49, Elizabeth E. Beth Edmondson, PT, Ocean Springs, Mississippi State Board of Health as an individual with an interest in public health, 6-year term effective July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2029. Senate nomination number 52, Stuart Rutledge, Oxford, Mississippi, Board of Mental Health, 7-year term effective July 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2031, representing the 1st Congressional District.
Thank you, Senator. Brian, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I think that even though we're taking these up in block, that members may set individuals aside. So we've got the Board of Directors of the Industries for the Blind, the Mississippi State Board of Massage Therapy, the social workers and marriage family therapists, and others. So seeing no one wanting to set things aside, I'll just simply say the peer committee has found that these individuals meet the statutory requirements, at least based on what this Senate has voted to do up until this point, including the individual on the board of massage therapy who the peer committee found met the requirement of being a consumer at large. I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Senator Blunt, for what purpose, sir?
I would like to be recorded as voting present on item number 139, Senate nomination number 48.
Questions on the bills, on the advising consent? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Board is voting no. Present? Seeing none, all are given advising consent. Thank you, Senator Bryan. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that we suspend the rules to go back to item number 4 on today's calendar, Senate Bill number 2424.
One moment, please. Number 4, Senate. Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is that we reconsider the vote by which the confidence report was adopted.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we recommit Senate Bill number 2424 to conference.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now ask that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of House Bill 1406 and have asked that the title be read.
Which number was that, Senator?
It's not on today's calendar. We received a message.
All right, Senator England.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Just to restate my motion is that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of House Bill 1406.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. We received a message on this bill from the House that it was recommitted to conference, so I would like to make a motion that we reconsider the vote by which House Bill 1406 was adopted.
Motion is to reconsider the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is now that we recommit House Bill 1406 to conference.
The motion is to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator McCon. Thank you, Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to enter a motion to reconsider from yesterday's calendar, number 156, House Bill 1208.
156, Mr. Clerk. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to enter a motion to reconsider on item number 26 from today's calendar, House Bill 1815.
261815 to the chairman. Thank you, Senator Parker. Senator Branning.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request unanimous consent to be added as a co-author on number 53 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 3020.
53, Mr. Clerk. Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Boyd.
Mr. President, I ask that we suspend the rules and go back to item 108, House Bill 1163 on today's calendar.
One moment. 63, Senator.
Yeah, 1163, item 108.
Just one moment, please. Okay, page 14, Senate. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it on reconsider, on suspending the rules on HB 1163. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1163, Community and Junior Colleges authorize to contract or enter into interlocal agreements with local governing authorities for first responder services.
Permission to explain the bill?
You're recognized, Senator.
This is a conference report that we made very little changes on. This was a piece of legislation that what it does is it allows the community college boards to have the same authority as our IHL and to enter local agreements with their local municipalities on fire and emergency protection. It allows the community college boards to enter into an interlocal agreement with those municipalities, and it puts community colleges would be allowed to assess students up to $5 a semester for that emergency protection. That's an explanation of the bill, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Senator Blunt, for what purpose?
Speak on final passage.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator Blunt's recognized to speak on passage.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Chair. Briefly, I think this is a good bill and I support it. This allows the community colleges to do what our three largest universities do already, which is, I believe, the City of Oxford, the City of Starkville, and the City of Hattiesburg contract with the local municipal fire departments in those cities to provide fire services to universities. As I understand it, this bill would allow the community colleges to do the same thing. And I just come up here briefly to say to you, people ask me all the time, what could we do to help Jackson? One thing we could do to help Jackson is do exactly this with the Jackson Fire Department. Because if this building catches on fire, that's who we're going to call. I just wanted to put that in your mind. When this session ends, we can come back next year and maybe think about it. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Boyd. You're recognized.
Move for adoption of the conference report and the use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Mr. Court is voting no. Present. President McCon. Anyone else? Seymour, present. Seymour, McCon, present. Anyone else? Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Anyone else on the calendar? Anyone else on the calendar? Okay. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item number 87, Senate Bill 2405, on a motion to reconsider.
87, Mr. Clerk, 2405. Okay, Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call Rules Committee meeting 10 minutes after recess. We have some resolutions that we need to look at.
10 minutes after recess, Senate Rules Committee. Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the morning at 9:30, the Judge B Committee will need to meet again on a few more suffrage bills from the House, room 409.
409, Mr. Clerk. Senator Pope, announcement.
Adjourn in memory.
Please proceed.
On behalf of myself and Senator Blunt, I'd like for the Senate today to adjourn in memory of Wally Fields.
Wally Fields, Mr. Clerk. Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request a excused absence for Senator John Horn today.
Seeing no objection is granted. Other announcements. Other announcements. Appreciate everyone's hard work today and all the bills that y'all got through. We still have some appropriations bills left, some finance bills left to do tomorrow. So, Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until the final conference committee report is filed tonight, at which time the journal will reflect that we're adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.